missed you all, gamers. If you can tell, we've got a little bit of something different going on tonight. Akita's out sick this week, so we were sauce hungry. We missed Acramon too much. And The Land Whispers is one of my favorite indie TTRPG games. Jessica Osborne, the writer of this game, they are great. They're great. I actually got to play this with them once, and it was incredible. So I'm really excited to revisit it tonight. And to revisit it, of course, we are going to answer some very, I think, broiling questions that we've had about the story of, at least a hint of it, the story of Valyria, Morgaine, and Alan's crew. So, I guess we're going to go around. Everybody, tell me how excited you are for Cindy Night. And I don't know, anything that you're hoping to like learn or explore or something, or just, you know, your favorite food that you had at Thanksgiving. Really, you could tell me whatever you'd like, but we're gonna go around and just tell me, say who you are, so we know who's here tonight and who you'll be playing. You don't have to give me a full description, just your name. Just let everyone hear your voices to prove that I'm not, I don't know, pretending that you're here. Lyrica, you go. I'm alone.
Hello, my name is Lyrica. My pronouns are they, she, and I will be playing Reuven Cinderpine, whose pronouns are also they, she, and they are a young potion boy. They're a little artificer.
I love a little artificer. That's so great. Who are you picking on to go next?
Sam.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sam. My pronouns are she, they. And this evening, I am going to be playing Pyrrha Airblom, whose pronouns are they, them. And Pyrrha is a dwarf who hails from Kurthis. And I think that's all the info that I'm going to share right now. And I'm going to pick on Molly.
Hello, I'm Molly, pronouns she, they, Warner Brothers employee who does not stand by the Aquaman copyright infringement that's happened on the stream.
Nards.
In fact, I have reported you, so this is going to get cut short real quick, but we're going to have fun while we can.
Oh no! Jeffrey Bay!
Fucking say goodnight.
What if I just pressed the end stream button? What if I just committed so hard to the bit, I was like, and?
I am playing Calliope, aka Cal Osmond, Morgaine Osmond's younger sister, and Figlass scientist engineer, lesbian in a bomber jacket. That's all you need to know. Julian, take it away.
Julian's forgotten how to use a computer. Please give us one moment.
Oh no!
Cypress got to Julian first.
No! Who took out Julian first?
What a terrible way to be told that we've been copyright stricken live.
Oh god.
Snipers.
Sorry. I'm on my laptop, so I had like only one window because I haven't plugged in another monitor. Anyway, hi, hello. Yes, I am Julian. My pronouns are he, him, and tonight I will be playing Benito Valiente, who is a sorcerer and a fighter, and he's an S tier Hawkmon Grass member.
Oh, delicious. And I'm Kitty May. I'm not your dungeon master this evening. I'm just a man. I'm just a boy. I'm just a puppet who was allowed to be a real boy for one night and one night only. I'm the same as you guys tonight. We're just like all just little guys. I'm so excited. I love games where everyone has an equal authority on the story. And I've always wanted to play a game like that with y'all, and so I feel like my dreams are coming true tonight. But I will be playing, if you have been to Scheme Time, this may be a familiar name to you, but or if you've been really paying attention to those latest episodes, this also may ring a bell. Tonight, I will be playing Jasper Glass, who uses they, any pronouns, and they are also a Valix engineer for Figlass Industries, though I primarily work with Valix in sort of their religious development section. So, we all have one thing in common, and that is that we agreed to go on an expedition to the wilds. Oh, if we're a little quiet, please let me know. I'm running tech tonight, and it's been a long frickin' time since I've run my settings, but I'm happy to turn everybody up just like that. Let me know if it's too loud. Alright, so, before we really hop in, you've got questions. Katie May, there are no dice. I'm scared. Should I call my mom? And the answer is you could call someone mommy, but definitely not me. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know. Guys, maybe it's the fact that I don't have to be a dungeon master tonight. I'm just really just kind of just embracing my full freedom. Okay, so, looking at this, I just want to introduce everyone to the Land Whispers with one of the very beautiful intro that Jessica wrote, and it said, "You left your old life behind to settle in a vast and distant wilderness. It is untamed, but it is beautiful, and with time, it whispers stories of old to you. Play to reflect on where you came from, and to learn about the life that the land itself has led. A collaborative, peaceful, settlement-based RPG where you and 1 to 3, we're breaking the rules, other players build a homestead in the wilds of a distant landscape. And by purpose or chance, begin to discover the secrets of the land that you live on. Build a quiet home for yourself and your friends or family, discover a great secret hidden within the land, and tell stories of the land and the people who came before you. All you need is a deck of cards and the guidebook." Very exciting. So, obviously, this is a game made for the more peaceful-minded. Players, you do not have to hold on to that piece too tightly. Right? Go wild. Do what you want. No one will stop you. Just because it says peaceful doesn't mean that we have to be peaceful, as I guess I'm trying to say to you. Or if you want to have a nice week where I'm not hurting you, that's also well within our rights. It's truly whatever you're vibing with. This is a very beautiful game. Let me go ahead and get the first preparing to play handout up for chat to look at. Let me make sure that they can see it correctly. Oh, they can. It looks perfect. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh, but then the captions look sad. Good to know. Okay. Sorry for the sad looking captions. I'll figure out a way to do it better momentarily. So, the Land Whispers is played by drawing cards and answering the prompts on them. Whether you choose to create characters and roleplay them as a means of answering the prompts is up to you, but it is recommended that before you start, talk with your fellow players and decide as a group whether you will lean towards roleplaying or not. Hello. Would you like to lean toward roleplaying? I know that the 4 of you aren't huge fans of that, but
no, I will not be role playing. Actually, I will just be writing silently.
Oh,
this is the last you're gonna hear my voice.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Molly too. We're tapping out.
Yeah, I'd never done it before, so I'd not really.
I'm brand new to role playing, and it seems really scary. So I just don't want to.
It is. It's very scary. That's the first thing you got to know.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, okay. So,
for legal reasons, that was a joke, besties. You'll hear us talk so much tonight, you'll get sick of it.
Or will you?
You better not.
Is that a threat, Molly?
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
threatening our
God.
fans.
Oh, cool.
You're gonna love me.
Jeff Bezos is really gonna take us out now. I love that for us. So, I'm really, oh gosh, I'm just so excited to play this game. Let's go ahead and dive into the introductions and discoveries. So decide the order that you will take your turns by whatever means you like. Do we all want to roll a d20? I know that we're all chronic dice keepers at our desks. Oh no, Julian, you're away. You're on a I forgot.
Julian just made the saddest face in the fucking world.
Oh my God.
I literally almost brought. I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just bring some physical dice with me.
Oh,
Who knows? Maybe I might
no.
need them. And then I was like, no, you know what? We always roll in multiverse, so I'm not gonna do it. And then here I could
Well,
have
you can
used
roll
my
and roll
physical
20.
dice.
Go ahead and roll 20.
But real quick, before we roll some dice, can I talk about our really cool character palette dice sets from Die Hard Dice?
Oh, please! In case you miss our characters tonight.
Hello, besties. So even though we are playing characters who are presumed dead, let's not assume anything about their actual status, because as we know, nobody in Death2Divinity's actual status is ever 100% confirmed, except for potentially Captain Reader, because there was a body. Anyway, we recently collaborated with our incredible sponsor, Die Hard Dice, to create custom character palette dice bundles for each of our 6 PCs. Each of the players actually got to curate those collections with Die Hard Dice, so they're 100% personalized by us. You get a dice bag, you get a bunch of different sets of dice, you also get a cool little sticker that with some art by our incredible DM Katie May, and if you use our code Death2Divinity, you actually get 10% off at checkout. That 10% off stacks with the current winter sale that is happening at Die Hard Dice through January 3rd. So you get 30% off, I believe, in that initial sale, and then you get an additional 10% off with our code. And if you talk about the show in your comments in your checkout, they might throw in some extra goodies for you for free. If you stick around, we'll also be giving away a $20 Die Hard Dice gift code this evening during our break. So we just want to say a big thanks to them, of course. And yeah, even though we're not necessary, except for right now, of course, rolling dice, we still want y'all to be able to. So make sure to stay tuned for that giveaway on the break. You're muted, Katie.
All right, gamers. Well, I hope that you've either gathered your D20 or gotten ready to roll in roll 20. Again, so sorry, Julian. We should have known. We should have known.
I got a freaking 9. I didn't roll in roll 20, so I'm telling you the truth. I really did. I really did get a 9. I promise.
I rolled a physical die and got an 18, but if you'd prefer me to roll in roll 20, I will.
Well, I rolled a physical dice and I got a 19, so...
If I were lying, then that's what I would have said.
I literally rolled a 19. My hands are off of it. I could show it to you.
11.
Also,
Yeah, I got a 3.
I think you want me to roll high because, frankly, I think you want me to go first. I think that'll be nice for everyone. Okay. So, okay, who? Initiative Daddy. What's that order then?
That would be then you, Katie May, right? Then Sam, Lyrica, Molly, and then me.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Can someone write that down and then drop that in the Roll20 chat just so we can keep an eye on it tonight? Because I will forget that 7 to 18 more times this evening. So, all right, so we have initiative. We talked about Die Hard Dice. Yeah, thank you, Cindy, for Chaos Bar. I see that we have contributed to the Chaos Bar, which I think is really great. I just want everyone to know that if the Chaos Bar is hit tonight, I'm gonna fuck my own life up. That's my promise. If we hit Chaos Bar tonight, I will deliver. This is my solemn oath. Do I know what that looks like? No. Am I still determined to deliver it? Yes. So just consider that with your actions this eve. So.
I just put a quick and dirty drawing of Calliope in the Discord if anyone wants to go see him.
Oh, friendly reminder to join our Discord. You can see things like a quick and dirty drawing of Calliope Osmond. I love that so much. Oh my god, this looks so good. What the hell? That's so... I'm feral. I'm frothing at the mouth. I'm so excited to meet all these little... they're all NPCs. Oh, screaming, crying. Okay, besties. So, we're going to do this. Before we do, let me ask, has anyone played a Diceless TTRPG before?
Yes.
I've played this one.
What Diceless TTRPG did you play?
Nope.
Oh god, I've played a lot of them. Imagine remembering literally any names. I've played a couple that were like GM-less. I've played a couple that had like kind of a loose structure of a GM, but you didn't actually roll. You like drew cards to determine the success of what you did. This is all over the course of like several years, and I have a terrible memory for things. So I couldn't tell you what the names of any of those things are. I'm so sorry about that.
I think we'll live. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for sharing. So besides, and then I know, actually, Molly and I have actually played this game together before. That's a secret that no one can know, which is pretty cool.
Wait, you just told us.
Oh, fuck! All right.
The stream was lost forever, though, which was tragic because it was so saucy.
It was so good, and then we accidentally lost it forever because it was one of my first Twitch streams, and I didn't know to save it.
Oh,
yet.
no!
Yeah, that was so sad. Lost media. All right. So let me finish. I'm fixing the captions for our sweet friends. Just because accessibility is important to me. So while I fix these captions, it's gonna take me like 30 more seconds. Someone tell me a funny haha.
Something funny, something haha. I don't know if I have a funny haha.
Well, that was all I needed. Just your admittance that you have no funny haha. Now my captions are done, and we know you have no funny haha. So there.
Yeah, I'm not funny. That's a problem that I personally have to solve for myself.
Yeah, you do. All right, now that I've owned the libs.
I watched Paul Blart 2 the other night. And I mimed shooting myself so many times because it was so bad.
Are you
Steven had to keep stopping me.
Are you still till death do us blarting?
I had not even listened to the podcast before then, and then I kind of started it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I guess I haven't started, but
I unfortunately have listened to too many episodes of Till Death Do Us Blart. This is my problem, and my problem.
I think it's a good show. I'm saving it for when I need it most.
That's a very smart call. All right, besties. Okay, I have my notes up to take because I finally get to take notes, which is super exciting. But before I do that, let's read. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so much better for the captions. All right, I hope that that's better for captions, my friends. Okay. So, decide the order in which you will take turns by whatever means you like. Taking your turns, each person will introduce their character by name, their pronouns, and by giving a brief description of their most notable feature. This could be a physical trait or something that your character wears or does that's unique to them. And so we're going to do that. And then so you all have time to think, I am telling you now that after that, we are going to go in the turn order and ask a single question of any other player. But each player should only ask and answer only one question. Any question. I know. Too vague, but get ready. So,
are we not sticking to the list of questions?
Is there a list of questions?
There is a list of questions.
In the introductions and... Well, I mean, like the... Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh.
I think I remember it being any question.
Page 9, it says, ask any one of the following questions of any other player.
Oh no. It might look different in Roll20. I'm pulling up the actual PDF. We're going to the law. Okay. The law of the land. Okay. No, that's a different thing. If you're looking, or sorry, did you say page 9?
Just kidding.
Yeah, that's an entirely different phase of the game. Don't you worry. I thank you for catching though. If you see any more of those tonight, please bring them up. All right, so it's going to be any question. If you need to look further down in that PDF to get some inspiration, it's not a terrible idea, but do not use one of those questions. So with that, we're actually not going to be using a deck of cards tonight because since we're using Roll20, I'm actually going to be able to deal from the decks. So you'll see I'll be able to draw one card, and then I can actually play it. So you will see me deal you cards tonight, and I will put them on the board like this in their chosen category. For example, what will you do if someone comes to find you? Who are you and why were they searching? We'd answer questions like that. So, oh wait, I gotta recall her. So, super cool, right? We're gonna go ahead and dive in with our initiative order, which means that I'm gonna be go ahead and starting us off with this first little section. So, we are... So, yeah, let me go ahead and introduce. So, I am Jasper Glass this evening. I use they, any pronouns. I am the second in command. I'm not second in command technically, but second to the person who's in command of the Valix branch of the Arcanic Church in Kurthus. This quest, leaving, touching down in the wilds, has been a lifelong dream of mine that I had to beg the Arcanic Church for months to be allowed to attempt to go on. They told me I was too bright a mind, but I just asked and asked, and finally they let me come down. My most notable physical feature or trait is my hair. It's very icy blue, and I definitely cut it myself. It's very choppy in every portion, but I would say a lot so the bangs. Just sort of like a don't touch me kind of thing. So that's my person. I technically wasn't supposed to say anything except the brief description of their most notable feature. I'm so sorry for bringing extra. Please follow the rules. I'm a bastard. And so with that, Sam, it's your turn.
Hi. All right. So my name is Pira Airblom. My pronouns are they, them. And I would consider my most notable feature to be the two hand axes that I carry on my belt, which are very finely engraved with my family history using a code that I created as a child, and therefore no one else can actually read.
Damn.
And I'm gonna pick on Julian.
Nope, it's Lyrica. It's the initiative order.
Oh, that's right. It's going in turn order. Sorry.
I was muted.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I will be playing Reuben Cinderpine. His pronouns are they, she. And Reuben is a half-elf artificer. They have purplish skin, and their hair is a mixture of curls and braids, and it's shaved on both sides. Their most notable feature is a choker that has a little silver bell attached to it. And even though the bell appears to be completely fine, it does not ring.
Oh my gosh. That is this what you're talking about when you and Julian told me that you were over here scheming secrets while I was gone? That was so...
This was my own secret.
That was so darkly enticing in a way I've never felt before. I was like, sorry, what? Okay, Molly, let's hear it then.
Hello, I'm Calliope Osmond. Again, Figlass Engineer. I would say my most notable feature would be my pleather jacket, which has the Osmond family crest on the back, which is an eclipsed sun, but you can see that on the crest, Calliope has drawn in what looks like a wheel over the moon.
Oh. And Julian.
I'll be playing Benito Valiente, who is a sorcerer fighter. He is, and his most memorable feature, he's got a scar on his right eyebrow and a scar on his left cheek.
Ooh. All right. Then we are going to go in your turn order and ask a single question of any other player. And I am going to ask... I'm going to ask Calliope Osmond, what was your first impression of Valyria?
I think my first impression of Valyria is someone that I knew my brother would find intoxicating in a way that I thought was absolutely terrible for him.
Oh, that's delicious. Okay, so no one can Molly, no one can ask you a question. So if someone's not, she's just started screaming. Sam.
I would like to ask Reuven why are you still with us?
As in, like the party.
Post the incident.
Yes,
Gotcha.
the party post incident.
I was never planning on going back to Terrapine or Hawkmongress again.
Lyrica's just that good. Jesus Christ. Who's next in initiative order? We've got Molly. No, sorry. Lyrica, now you ask. It's not the... I caught myself. Lyrica, you next.
Okay, I'm going to ask Jasper.
Is Lyrica frozen? I thought Lyrica was taking the most dramatic... Oh, Lyrica, you're back.
Okay,
I was like, this is so...
sorry.
I was like, my heart had started. For those of you who don't know, it's a rainy in Cali right now. So if Lyrica just evaporates, it's because it's raining outside. Ask me your question again, sweet friend.
Sorry. What I wanted to ask Jasper is, what was the one thing they were hoping to achieve or get out of this expedition for themselves?
Oh. Divine purpose. Molly.
Benito, my question's for you. You're a very powerful Hawkmongress member, but what is it that makes you feel weak or vulnerable?
Oh.
I think that Benito feels like vulnerable anytime he's like put in a situation that he really just can't use his kind of strength to figure out. Like if he's got to really sit down and think things through, especially emotionally, he'd much rather like take on something with like strength than having to sit down and talk it out.
Ooh. I too love to run away from my emotions. That leaves Julian.
And my question is for Pyrrha. What made you want to leave Kurthus and join the expedition?
I don't believe that the stories the Crown and the Arcanon have told the Carthinian people about the wilds are 100% true.
Lovely. Now, before we dive into our first round, we have two things to decide. We need to name our ship, and we need to decide what Kurthus was told our expedition was. We don't have to decide what our expedition really was about, what our divine purpose really was. All we need to know is what a young Gideon was told that their parents were leaving for. Does anyone have any thoughts?
I wonder if it was like to take out an immediate threat to Kurthus or something. Like something that needed to be handled.
Everyone vibe with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Lyrica, do you think we were told the nature of the threat?
No, only that it was urgent.
Okay. Gideon, do you think you were ever told into your adulthood more than we were told to deal with an immediate threat?
I absolutely think that if there were any further truths to it, Alan tried to do right by Gideon and tell them everything he knew.
Okay, good to know. All right, then our second question here for us all to answer is what we should name this ship. This ship was also crafted by Figlass Industries, with a much heavier and much more public hand than the ones crafted for the Young Monarchs Champions expeditions were. So this had like one of those like break the champagne bottle on the hull ship ceremonies. Everyone gathered to watch us go. It was this whole big thing, right? And so what was painted on the side of this ship?
My brain just keeps saying the Rose of Kurthus, but I don't know if that's dog shit.
Can it be like the Winding Rose?
Oh.
I'm picturing like a compass rose, which obviously like compasses are widely used in navigation, but they also have that like kind of wheel component to them.
Yeah. So let's say it was called the Winding Rose, but it was in the circle of a compass, right? It was clearly dedicated to the compass rose. I love that. That's so beautiful. Holy shit, that's so cool. We're pretty much incredible. Love that for us. So now that we know that we've been told to board the Winding Rose to deal with an immediate threat, this threat was large enough that we went to Terrapine and hired a large faction of Hawkmongress Guild members to assist us. And yet, most of us have fallen. The 5 of us are presumed to be dead. And for better or worse, we have made the decision that it's better that way. Whether or not we all agree on that, or if we'll agree on that forever, I guess we'll find out. But that's where we're starting. We found refuge in the wilds somewhere, anywhere. This is the place we'll get to make together. If I can ask my players for one thing, don't be worried that I won't like what you're doing to my world. It's ours. I promise. Bold brushstrokes, I beg you. You've got this. Especially Lyrica, whose call dropped and is stuck in the most shocked position I've ever seen.
They look so scared.
They
It's
look
okay,
so
Lyrica.
terrified. Lyrica, it's okay. So this is actually really nice. So the reason that Lyrica could keep playing with us this evening is if something does go wrong, Lyrica goes away. We just gently omit Lyrica from the turn order, which is really funny because the moment that we do that, we're technically not breaking the rules of the game anymore. So I guess if we're arguing that our 5th member is omnipresent or something, we're still within the realm of rules. All right, so
They're back.
Oh, welcome back, Lyrica. We were
So
just talking
sorry.
about your omniscient presence. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I am going to normally... Okay, actually, I'm going to let you decide. So here's the thing we can do. Either we can start these rounds and I can deal out cards to every person so that you have time to think before it's your turn, with the risk of you might end up catching yourself paying less attention to the people who are talking, right? And that's the stuff that you're supposed to be building on. Or, and you'll have to fuck with Roll20. Once I deal you the cards, you're the ones who have to deal them, you're the ones who have to put them on the thing. So that'll be you'll have to pretend to know how to use Roll20. So that's on. Or I can deal the cards, but we deal with them as your turn starts. So you will see them and then you will go. Which would you prefer? This is an anonymous vote, so chat won't even know. 1 or 2. One for dealt beforehand, 1 for dealt live. Voting in 5, 4, 3. Perfect. Unanimous vote. We will be doing it live. That's my favorite kind of player. All right. Well, luckily I will be starting for all of you first. We're gonna look at how this works. So I am going to now deal 1 card from each of these 4 decks. These decks are you, your home, the land, and the past. And then going around the table, each player will answer their hand of cards, right? So we'll each do this once, and then we'll end a round, and then we'll go back. It'll be great. So we are going to discuss with one another who participates in the scene if you are role-playing. So I will say, like, I'm gonna take this, but I think that Calliope was also there. Or I think that Pyrrha was also there. Or Lyrica, what's your... Oh my god, remind me. I'm going to ask for names tonight. Lyrica?
Reuven, but you can do Rue for
Reuven.
short too.
Oh, that's so cute. I'll die. Okay. So you can do that, right? Have, so you're going to you decide the answer, right? If you're stepping into roleplay with someone, you are supporting that scene. You are trying to help them get to the answer to that question as best as you can. Feel free to be challenging, but also be sure to help bring the person whose turn it is vision to life. So, oh yes, let's see. The person whose hand is currently being played ultimately has the final say, but remember to encourage and be receptive to collaboration. So, I'm going to press shuffle on all these little decks, and then we're going to hop right in. Any final questions before we start, gamers?
We love you. Say it back.
I love you. Thank you for playing indie
I
games
love
with
y'all. I
me.
You.
Love y'all.
Okay, so the first thing you need to know is that these can be answered in any order, and you can do as many kind of scenes with them as you like. You can say, well, I'm going to answer 2 cards with this one scene, or these are each going to require their individual answers. Let's go through them, right? And you don't have to roleplay all of them if you want to describe one of them, if you want to just describe a beautiful moment, if you want to describe a series of events. Again, just follow your heart, follow the art, tell the story that is in your heart. My you question is, one day visitors arrive. Who are they? And what do you do? My second category is called your home. Describe a typical breakfast. Where do the ingredients come from? How do you prepare and partake in the meal? That's beautiful. Exploring well beyond your home, you discover a place with an air of mystery. What strangeness did you witness there? And the past. You come across a written account left by someone in the past. What form does it take, and can you understand the writing? All right, let's do this. So, I think that I want this story to start relatively early on into our decision. I think that I want to say that we've tried to stay close to a coast so that we can continue to orient ourselves to our geographic location, especially since we no longer have a ship. So I think that we're trying to stay coastal, but only going inwards towards the wood forests that are all along this coast when we are feeling brave or hungry or anything of the like. And I think to satiate my hunger on this particular day, Jasper has taken a comforting habit up in the art of spearfishing. Jasper is so reticent about the wilds that lurks behind them that they just don't go unless someone else was with them. And I think it took a few times for Jasper to get cooking speared fish down. One, because, oh my god, I don't think Carthians eat fish ever, except for maybe in the rare times where, like, oh, this Hierophant has a fish tank and has kept the fish tank this whole time. And so then we occasionally, like, take the fish and kill it, but only on really good parties, right? And so I think it was this way for Jasper to try and give everyone the elegance, right? It's sudden, it's this thing that should be so big, right? But the most penultimate feast option if you were up in Kurthis. But down here, it's just Jasper, who is not that combat minded, just flinging wildly into the water with their pants rolled up to their knees, just kind of walking along just like the rocky crags that have those little pools in them. I don't know what they're called. I'm not a coastal baby. But I think that is the typical breakfast, is Jasper has taken it on themselves to try and supply the extreme gift of fish, which has felt like a lesser and lesser gift probably to the four of you, because it is probably prepared absolutely terribly for the first few times, and probably still to this day. And I'm so sorry if I've ruined a delicacy for you. I think that it is one day after one of these breakfasts that Jasper asks if anyone wants to head north to see if there is a fresh water source that we can depend on reliably for the long-term future. Because while we have a magic wand that'll do that for us, I want to be prepared should things go wrong. Does anyone volunteer to come with me?
Pyrrha will go.
Thank you.
Benito will go as well.
Yeah, I think I'll also go unless we need some people to stay behind.
No, I think it's, and then we maybe leave Rue back at camp to guard. Sure, I think that makes sense to me. So then the four of us are walking. It's still early morning, and we walk further and further north. And the first thing that we see as we continue to walk across this coastline, this sandy beach, which, by the way, Jasper hates, has been nonstop talking about this sand, how much they're not a fan of it. And it just gets everywhere, you know? And we're heading along further on the coast, further north, and we see appear over the horizon the tip of this enormous shell that has this prism of radiant colors on the outside that is reflecting off of the light, reflecting off of the sun and just bursting out this incredible array of color. And as we got closer and closer to this shell, we realized that there is a being attached to this shell. A crab that is larger, not crab, but the little hermit crabs, kind of like one of those, you know, one of the guys. But at least 10 feet tall. Impossibly large, with just the most vibrant body colors that maybe don't seem so bright in Kurthis, right? And it's dead. And the bottom half of all of its legs are missing. And so my first question is, when Jasper wished to approach to investigate, did anyone object?
Absolutely, I did. I think Calliope thinks we shouldn't get too close to it, even if it looks like something in the water maybe got it. We don't know for sure it's dead.
Well, it wouldn't have crawled on land just to die, and if there's a threat around that's taking off the bottom half legs of everything it can find, I could get close, investigate, see if it was a weapon of sorts or a teeth, anything we would know closer what our foe is.
Do you know enough about the anatomy of that creature to make that call?
I will starting today.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. Perhaps it would be better if we searched around for other creatures who have been similarly injured.
Sure. I'll take note of this one here, but would you like to head further up the coast or into the woods to investigate?
Why don't we start further up the coast? It's more open. We can see more. And if we feel as if we need to venture into the forest, we can do so, but first we should make a plan for that.
Okay. And we continue to follow the this coast, following this instruction, right? And we get there, and we follow it up, and what do you think? I'm torn. Do we see a tide that has been so reduced that we can see all manners of ocean floor? Or do we see the opposite, a risen tide that's come to envelop a fraction of a coast?
If I can go sicko mode a little bit here.
Please.
There was something that I would always see when I would go to Florida with my family called, not always, but I saw it a couple times, called red tide. When there's too much algae in the water and it would take all of the oxygen. Yeah. It would take all of the oxygen in the water, and so hundreds of dead fish would wash up. And I once saw a fish like the size of like a cow. I don't know what kind of fish it was. It was fucking massive. Wash up on the shore. So I think it would be cool if maybe the water was receded and in it we saw dozens of other dead sea life exposed.
Yeah, so we can continue on the coast, and that's exactly what appears. This receded coastline with just hundreds of carcasses spread across its beaches, with untold amounts of ancient bone and artifact scattered about. But the thing that Jasper locks eyes on and bounds right towards is this bottle with a piece of parchment stuck inside it with a cork. It's maybe about 15 feet into the absolute array of carcasses. And they just kind of they do the same thing that they did when they were fishing earlier, which was like kick off their shoes and roll their pants up and just head into the carcass pool, which is a pool, but it's only carcasses, and just begins to head closer unless anyone is stopping me. All right.
Oh no, I was just waiting to see how I wanted to yell your name.
Perfect.
Jasper!
Yes?
Please.
That's
Let
one.
Pyrrha go look at it. Pyrrha's sturdier. Please.
Sturdier?
I think Pyrrha has already drawn one of their hand axes and also has their other hand on the short sword that's at their side as like a just in case sort of thing, and is walking very slowly but very steadily closer to investigate.
Okay. Yeah, I think that like Jasper sees this, relents, and then comes back to stand by Calliope and wraps an arm around her waist as they do so, and comes to just kind of gently kind of rest some of their body weight on her as we watch Pyrrha descend into the carcass pool. And Pyrrha, when you go to approach this carcass pool, you find this glass green bottle, dark emerald, with a cork in it and a piece of parchment wrapped up inside. Do you open it, or do you give it to Jasper to open?
I will bring it back to them, but I will be the one to open it.
Okay, go quickly, go quickly. Who knows? This could be all manners of secrets.
It could also be some sort of trap, and we should be careful. And then as Pyrrha says that, they break the bottle over their knee.
Oh my god.
And you bash it open, and the piece of parchment falls out and just into the glass. Jasper's hand goes to pull this out as quickly as they can. I'm just so excited for new pieces of information, and they just unfold it like they're being handed a piece of a scavenger hunt. And they look at it. They go, what? As they flip it back over. Once, twice, 3 times. And it's just this piece of paper with a sun drawn on it. And a wheel in the middle. Oh, well, I guess this might have been a prayer fragment from someone who chose to follow both Onpara and Discord in equal measure. But why would you throw it in the ocean? That seems like an offer neither of them would care for.
Perhaps it was an abandoned prayer.
Who would abandon their prayer?
Someone who's lost faith.
Well, I hope they find it. And Jasper folds the note up in their pocket and keeps walking. And
I think Pyrrha makes pretty pointed eye contact with... Oh no, I'm looking at Molly's face. At Cal. Makes pretty pointed eye contact with Cal. Because this is not unusual behavior for Jasper. But the question of why someone would potentially throw such a note, like go through the trouble of putting that note into a bottle and then throw it into the sea, I think raises some questions for Pyrrha that I think they kind of expect Cal to also be thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benito's kind of like hanging back a little bit from the group, just kind of watching everything, because as somebody from Terrapine, he doesn't really have that understanding of like, what does that even mean? Like, why would they have this faith towards the gods? Why would this be a prayer in the first place? But he wants to also make sure everybody's protected, so he's gonna go with them.
Well, I think because you're standing a little far away from the group, as you guys like keep going up the coast, eventually find nothing and kind of decide to return. On the way back, I think, Benito, you're the first one to notice the sun sprites that have now quietly hiding in reflections of like light off the ocean, in hiding off glimmers of shells. Their bright forms are hopping back and forth, but they're clearly following us. Is this information that you keep to yourself as not to raise alarm, or do you share it?
I'm muted. I think he would make a mental note of it, and kind of be on the lookout for anything else that would put him further on edge, but for now he's just going to keep it to himself.
Perfect. So I think as the sun sprites and us all head back to camp, until someone else tells us how they're gone and rid of, it's gonna stay there. And I think we come back and Jasper's like, finally, it's ready. And they just open this pot that they've had over this fire, and all of the fish have kind of been roasting inside. It's a terrible meal. But that is the preparation style of it, and that is my turn. Any questions about how the game works?
Nar.
Then we'll move to the next turn. Sam, you are gonna go next. Let me make sure that there's nothing happens in between turns. I don't think so. All right, well, let us deal your cards then.
And really quick, just for clarification for my notes, for the piece of paper, was the sun on top of the wheel, or were they like one circle?
They're probably one circle, yeah. All right, so, dearest Pyrrha, your home. You know, this is your you. Did you tell anyone where you were going? Why or why not? Your home is... When the weather is good, you decide to add a new room onto your home. I don't think we have a home, so I think you should build the first room, or tell us which, like, place we find to call home, I think is probably the best for that. Also, let me know if I need to not help anyone anymore. The land. You get caught in a storm while out exploring. Where do you manage to take shelter until it passes, and what do you find there? Oh, you find the bones of a creature, massive and ancient. Describe how you make the discovery. Did you know what it once was? Do these creatures still exist? And so some friendly reminders. You don't have to have anyone join you. You could do this all by yourself. You can decide when and if people join you. You can decide whether or not you role play. And you can decide how you answer these questions as well. The only caveat is that you must answer all of it before we continue on.
Okay, so I think they've been staying sort of wherever they could find cover, whether it was like a copse of trees or an area where there was like overhanging rock somewhere that they could sort of like bunk down for the night and at least not necessarily have to worry about overhead threats, because one of Pyrrha's concerns is after the incident with Valyria, making sure that everyone makes it through each night alive. And so I think one morning they go out. I'm ambivalent about whether or not they have company on this, but they go out with the intention of finding somewhere a little bit more permanent that is a little bit more protected. And I think this may be after some kind of close call where Pyrrha actually got hurt by an unseen creature that came down from the trees. So they go out one morning when the weather is really beautiful, and they find this sort of clearing that looks a little bit too perfect to have been made naturally. And everything that Pyrrha knows about the wilds has led them to believe that if that is the case, then it is very likely that whoever created this space is not far from it. And so I think they go from there and try to find like the next best thing, right? So like if that clearing was somewhere where they could build a settlement, what's the next best thing? What's the most natural place in the wilds that they can find where they don't have to make a huge footprint, so that they aren't disturbing whatever might be nearby, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And what they find when the weather turns, which I think it's probably a flux storm, and what they find is actually a hollowed out tree that they're able to climb inside and investigate. And they're very surprised because as they crawl into this hollowed out tree, they find that it's actually not just one tree, it's a network of trees that are all connected through this like bizarre tunnel. Clearly created by something, but as Pyrrha picks their way along this tunnel, they keep finding pieces of bone sort of littered throughout it, indicating that whatever it was that made this is long dead. They don't know what it was, but they find like several connected trees that could make for a really secure shelter if they're smart about it. And so I think that is what Pyrrha finds, and that is what Pyrrha brings back to the group once the storm passes to tell them about.
Is that all of the questions? Did you get them all?
I think I did, yeah.
Sorry, I missed the first one. Who did you tell any?
Oh, I told them that I was going out for my usual like scouting to like find a place. I think this has become a routine. It's become a morning routine of Pyrrha going to scout someplace for them to stay. Yeah. With the intention of hopefully finding one that's more permanent, and today is the day that they find one that seems like it could be permanent.
But you didn't ID the creature at all?
No.
Okay, good to know. I'm on it. All right, well then. It will then now go to Lyrica. Sweet Reuven, let's see what you got going on. So, you, of the things you left behind, what will you miss the most? Why? Describe an area in your home used for recreation. So now that's that series of tunnels, so enjoy that. What do you do there? The land. There is a place near your home that fills you with sorrow. Why? In the past. You discover the remnants of an old object in the water near your home. Enough of it remains to be usable. Describe the object and tell the others what you think it was used for.
Ooh, okay. So when it's talking about the first one, the you and the things that I left behind, is that referring to like what I left behind when I chose to come on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Woo! Alrighty.
Spicy stuff.
Yeah. So Reuven is kind of keeping watch. I think this is probably right before everybody has come back, and the aroma of some kind of fish, Latin, something they can smell cooking at camp. But right on the edge of that smell is a memory that kind of brings Reuven back to just before they had left. And they think about how they don't regret leaving at all, but they do miss their parents. And of everything that they left behind, the one thing that they know they will always miss is their parents, because when they set out on this journey, they set out with the intention of never coming back, because if something bad happened, they would rather their family know that they left on an adventure and that they had died in trying to help in some way. And that would be a better fate than them telling everybody why they were really leaving and not coming back.
Oof.
And so in thinking that, Reuven does what they do a lot when she finds herself drifting, snaps herself back out and immediately looks for something to do. And in these network of trees, they found that it is actually an excellent place to get from spot to find the different mushrooms that they use to help make their potions. So they've found little areas that pop out, and just underneath them, they give the perfect amount of shade and moisture for these very special mushrooms that they've had the pleasure of going and collecting. So that's what they do. They jump from little section of burrow to little section of burrow in the tree and climb down and do their mushroom gathering and spore imprint. And it's very, very calming for them. But as Reuven is down there looking at a very particularly interesting a bunch of mushrooms, they hear something that they've told everybody else. They've told everybody else that this bell around their neck. Oh, captions, there we go. This bell around their neck makes no noise. The truth is that nobody else can hear that this bell makes noise. Rue can. They're not sure why. But they can hear it. And so, as they are gathering these mushrooms, they hear a sound. And it's just a one-note chime from this bell. And they know when they hear this sound that they need to investigate their surroundings. So that's what they do. And the sound grows and grows until Reuven realizes that she has come to stop at the edge of this water source, this river. And is looking around, and then looks down. And just underneath some of the leaves there, Reuven finds a rock. And as Reuven picks up this rock, we realize that the rock is in a perfect heart shape. It almost looks like there's no way nature could have made this look more perfect. There's no way that this could have been done without somebody's hand, but it is just a regular rock that happens to be in a perfect heart shape. And with that, we see a tear roll down Reuven's face, just a single one, as they reach down into their pocket and pull out another rock that is almost in the identical shape. And they're rubbing their thumb over it. And we see just a small smile come after that tear. And then they take that rock and put that in their pocket as well. And as they're doing this, they see just out of the corner of their eye, just something is glimmering. And they see something that's kind of stuck in the water, like it's just kind of halfway sticking up. You can just barely see it as the water kind of rolls past it. Every now and then the water dips low enough that you can see this thing kind of shining. So immediately they get up and start moving towards this. They're careful to reach down and pull up their pant legs and kind of tie them up above their boots, so they don't get too wet. And they come to this object, and it's wedged in real good. So Reuven is picking it up. They're trying to get this out. They manage to put their foot, like wedge it on one of the big rocks sticking out, and with a tug that almost throws them back completely into the water, they manage to pull it out, and it is this canister. It's this metal canister, but it has a glass insert. And Reuven would know this to be sort of like a vessel. It was used to carry liquids over long periods of time, and it keeps it kind of controlled. So whatever's in there wouldn't go bad. It would keep it kind of like the perfect temperature. That's what it used to be used for. But Reuven thinks that this would be a perfect vessel to brew large batches of their potions. So they stick that back, they fasten it onto their bag, and make their way back to everybody else so that they can describe what they found. Have to let everybody know and have to distract themselves from the fact that they have found another rock like this. Yeah, that's what Reuven finds.
Wow. Tasty, 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 tasty. Ooh, delicious. Okay, that means we're moving to Molly now. Sweet Calliope.
It's me.
What secret have you kept from the others? Who finds out and how? On that one, I give you permission to only DM the person of which you are choosing the information because you do me a real solid.
Okay.
Your home. If you're choosing that one, you can also make another one up. Go for it.
Yeah.
Your home. You add another structure to the property, not necessarily a building. So, lots of things. What is it, and why are you building it? There is a place in the wilds you retreat to for quiet moments. Describe the location and tell us how you discovered it. What draws you to it? And in the past, you find a mysterious old door that you are unable to open. Describe the door. Do you tell the others? And do you try to find a way to open it?
Oh my god. So many fucking tasty things. I have a big secret, and I have to think about which part of it I tell and to whom. I might leave that part. Are we allowed to answer them in any order?
You are.
Okay. So these tunnels also lead into like hollowed out trees, right? So they go up a bit. I think Calliope's an engineer. She typically works on ships, but she knows how to build things. So I think she makes scaffolding that goes up into the trees. So we have perhaps like little bunks and structures so we can walk up again, not super soundly made, but stairs that lead to planks so we can go high up and have somewhere to go outside of the tunnels. Occasionally leading to maybe a hole in a tree so we can go out on a branch and have a lookout, or just like see the sunlight while still feeling safe for a bit. And I think that's kind of why she builds it, is it's like the closest thing to windows she could get. And living in Kurthus her whole life, she feels very claustrophobic not getting to see the sky, and especially being a pilot from Kurthus. She wants to be able to get up high, see down below, and look up to the sky whenever she can. And I think maybe have a private moment with Jasper too, if they go out and sit on a big tree branch and talk. And I think simultaneously, anytime she needs to have a private conversation, which she finds herself being very selective about certain information she gives people, you'll find that she'll take you up to the scaffolding or go out on a tree. I think Calliope spends a lot of time on her own, though. And that's sort of why she goes out into the wilds by herself for moments of quiet. I think she's very good at traveling on her own, light-footed. I think people are used to her maybe disappearing for a few hours at a time. And she doesn't ever go, too far. I think if she knows that someone's keeping an eye on Jasper, it's like she kind of gives herself a break and then goes to be alone. She doesn't have to lie at anyone, doesn't have to worry about keeping secrets, and can just be. And in one of these places, she finds not a large glade, but a small circle of trees, maybe like the size of like an average room. And at the head of it is a tree that has been carved into a seat, and inside of it, a massive suit of armor, slumped and dead. Whoever was wearing it is gone now. It is covered in moss. I think you see this figure holding a broadsword, like the size of their own body. Like, I imagine this figure, like, I don't know what, what a D&D species is that's, like, huge, but, like, a big motherfucker in this big suit of armor who has now passed and had this, like, anime sword, basically, that has rusted over and mossed over.
Something like a revenant, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, for some reason, and I don't think Calliope even knows why, she gives this figure, like, a burial. Like a funeral they never got. But now, she finds herself sitting in that seat, slumped, alone, and thinking when she can. It's like her own very sad personal throne that she finds when she wants to be alone in this, I think, like, unnaturally undisturbed glade that she goes to a lot. And I think it's one of these times that she takes Pyrrha to have a very private conversation. And I'm gonna be sneaky bastard here, because I know Sam. I think Calliope reveals that there is more to Jasper's nature than even Jasper realizes. And I can go more into details in DM Sam, but I think Calliope, I think she, like, can't take it anymore. And just, like, takes Pyrrha into the woods one day and, like, just unloads everything she knows about that situation. I think she had, like, Pyrrha was the closest to figuring it out, too. And it was making Calliope, like, paranoid and, like, irritated, and, like, snippy. And I think this was her way of just trying to see, this is, like, the closest thing she can get to revealing a little bit. And I think, yeah, That's all she tells you for now. I think there's still more that Calliope's keeping to her chest, but that is what she tells you for now. I don't think you know why she's keeping this secret from even Jasper, though. And that might be a big question mark for you, that she's very tight-lipped about.
And I think it makes Pyrrha not only increasingly concerned for Cal, who is their friend, but also especially concerned for Jasper, given Jasper's propensity for wandering off and sticking their nose where it doesn't belong.
Yeah. I think, like, Cal's, like, party line to you is, like, there are some things that have to matter more than love, and sometimes that's devotion. And that's what Cal's telling herself.
Oh my god!
Sorry!
I think that's something that Pyrrha understands pretty intrinsically as well, because they left behind their former best friend in Kurthus because their ideologies began to veer so separately. And one of the last things that Pyrrha said to said former best friend Articus Whitmore was, "If I die in the wilds, do not mourn me."
Whoop, yeah. I think these two have this, like, bonding moment here of, like, we trauma dump in the woods together.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And I think, like, and you can tell me if you're not feeling this, but I think after that, the two of them maybe go on walks alone together a lot. And I think we go...
Are you gonna cheat on me?
No. No, it's not. I think, like...
It's not sexual.
It's not like that, but feel free to be paranoid about it.
Do you think Jasper gets suspicious? Do you think it's noticeable enough to a pattern-loving mind?
Would Jasper notice that Cal's acting weird around them, seems guilty, and is being extra affectionate out of guilt?
Okay. Oh boy.
But, like, they might think, like, they think they know what it is, but that's not actually what's happening.
And I think Pyrrha is always 2 to 3 steps closer to Jasper from this point forward than they have been previously.
Mm-hmm.
Also constantly volunteering to go out with Jasper, which is something that they did, like, previously, but that they do every time without fail now.
Yeah. I think on one of these walks, we're going up along that coast that we went along before. I think it's almost like Cal's like, I want to explore this without this liability around, so that we can actually look at it. I love you so much, and that's the sick part. And we find one of these, like, tide pool areas, and I'm thinking of one that I've, like, fucked around here in Los Angeles, where there's, like, these little caves right by the water, and we find a staircase that's, like, a wet underwater staircase. I think we're lucky that the tide's out right now. And I'm happy to come back and relay that we found this to, like, the entire rest of the party. But I would like it if it's maybe Cal and Pyrrha that find it first. And it is this underwater wet cave that you can tell turns and goes, like, under the ocean where the water is. And I think it is lit by, like, bioluminescent, like, watery plant matter, like shit you would find underwater that grows in, you know, like coral. And at the end of it is a huge round door with just, like, oh my gosh, what is that fucking god's name? Magistrae. Whatever Magistrae's symbol is. I'm a bad player. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Feather.
Is it a feather? Yeah. I think just, like, a flurry of feathers that are, like, glowing softly blue to this huge round door under the ocean that we just, like, cannot fucking open. But I absolutely, like,
worships Magistrae.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, we
oh my god.
So I think that further cements both Pyrrha's straying from the concept of institutions and furthers their mistrust of the crown and the arcanon, and deepens their devotion to Magistray, and also, I think, to Cal. In a non-sexual way.
Yeah, for what it's worth, like, they're not into each other, so it might be even more confusing for Jasper, because, like, there's not even, like, vibes to pick up on that, like, would make sense from that angle, but, like,
Sure.
it's all pointing to that.
Right. Oh, I love that. All right, I think those are all your questions, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Benito, it is time. What has this place taken from you that you will never regain? A storm arrives. What becomes of your home? Oh fuck, we're on the coast. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh shit. What is the most beautiful location you have found here? Why do you think so? You discover scraps from a device seemingly used for transport. What could it have been? Can you use what remains?
So, I think that a lot of times Benito likes to be out on his own. Ruben, has their potions, and then Pyrrha and Cal, both being from Kurthus, I think he feels a little bit distanced from them, and so he goes out into the wilds, looking for a place to kind of relax his mind, but also to set up kind of like a little training area for himself. And so he goes out and finds this really big tree that's kind of like a weeping willow, so that it kind of gives like a little bit of cover. And it's his favorite location so far, just because he feels safe, he feels just at peace in this area. And so he sets up his kind of training things. He's got like a target that he'll do archery practice on, and he like carves himself out a little dummy for him to be able to do like sword work. And it's on one of these days when he's practicing that he sees underneath the tree, he sees like just a glint of shining metal. So he goes over thinking maybe it's an old arrow that he shot over there or something like that. But as he gets closer, he can see that there's like something stuck in the ground, and he ends up digging it up, and he finds a ring. And based on some of the symbols that are on the ring, he's been able to identify that it would have been it could have been used for like communication with the people who are around, for like communicating pickups and drop-offs, things like that. So he kind of takes it with him, tries to see if he can do any magic on it and see if it works, but unfortunately it's not working. So he kind of puts it in his pocket, and he's prepared to bring it back to the crew and see if anybody else might be able to figure out if they're able to get it working. And as he's headed back to the trees and where they're staying, there seems to be a storm that's whipping up in the background, really dark, heavy clouds, lots of thunder and lightning, and so he gets back as quickly as he can and tries to gather as much as many materials as he can, like to try and either fill them with sand to prevent any flooding, because he's really afraid that with this storm coming and living on the coast, that they're going to suffer significant damage to the dwelling. So he tries to gather as much as he can, and I think he just tries to secure the area as much as he possibly can, and he's still seeing like these huge, like 8-10 foot waves come in, towards them. So he finally, he asks for help, because he's not usually one to ask for help, but he finally like asks everybody to come and help him, to make sure that that they're gonna also not just be able to protect the treehouse, but also to make sure that if it does start flooding, that they're gonna have somewhere to stay and everything like that. But I think when the storm finally hits, it starts to like ravage that main tree that everybody stays in, and so it kind of starts to crack, and I think because of this situation, where there have been a lot of times in the past where Benito has just been able to, put his mind to something and get it done, right? Like, he's strong, he'll be able to, if you ask him to lift something, he's gonna lift it. You ask him to like fight somebody, he's gonna fight. And he's always kind of been able to solve a lot of those problems that way, but now facing such a disaster coming in from something that he can't control, it really shakes his confidence. And that's something that he's not sure how he'll build up again.
Oh no. This is so sad. Oh boy. So final recap. How much of our home is left standing? Tell me. Of the storm?
I would say probably the top 25%, like, cracked.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Well, as I believe we'll notice, we've now gone through a full round, which is exciting. I hope. How did everyone feel about their first turn?
So fucking good. Yeah.
Already got quite a bit of stuff going on. So at this point, we are now so after everyone at the table has completed their turn, let me pull this up for chat as well. This is called ending a round. We're now ending it. So we're gonna go around again in order, and we are going to ask and answer only one question again. And these are the questions. How has your time here so far changed you? What do you love the most here? What do you struggle with here? What can I do to help you? And do you want to leave this place? And then we'll draw and we'll go again. We're going to take a break after this round. But after that, we draw and go again until we can either way do it until we run out of cards. We can shuffle and go again. We might need to do that because we have more players. And we just go until we find our ending. So with that, it's going to go me, Sam, Lyrica, Molly, Julian. And I would like to ask Benito, what can I do to help you?
Just make sure that you're by my side, staying safe, and I think that will help me to perhaps rebuild that confidence.
I love that. Which means it is Sam.
And it's any question?
From that list, yeah.
From the list, okay. Jasper. How has your time here so far changed you?
Well, I find myself meeting a creeping paranoia who was previously a stranger to me. I didn't know what doubt meant until my feet touched Akramon's ground. Lyrica.
Okay, I am going to ask Cal. What do you love most here?
Jasper.
Molly.
Kira. What do you struggle with here?
Walking alongside the specter of death.
They're so cute. So cute.
Super chill vibes.
Oh,
I do want everybody to know that that is what Katie May said to me about Over the Garden Wall, and it's been living in my head, and I think it has big wild vibes. So
Because we watched it for the first time at night. It was a great show, and I loved it so much. But we watched it right before I went to sleep, and it was like, and Samantha fall asleep during the final episode when like it really kind of gets to the final point it's making, and so Samantha was asleep, and like I was just like curled up in bed, being like, "Hello, Spectre of Death. We're having a nice little walk. Beautiful show you've got here." So yeah, and it was a beautiful show. It was just walking with the Spectre of Death, which I love. I think all people should do it. But yes. Julian. Your turn to ask a question.
Rue, do you want to leave this place?
no. Quiet here. And I like that because you can hear so much when it's quiet.
I've never grown so terrified of someone so quickly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wow. Well, gamers, that means it's time to start our order once again and see how our journey into developing a home continues. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. So, gamers, make sure you're taking this time to go get some water. Make sure you're taking this time to go through your notes to figure out what secrets we're keeping from you. And we'll see you very shortly after break.
Also, make sure to stick around for a $20 Die Hard Dice gift code giveaway.
Yes, thank you, Die Hard Dice. I can't wait to see who wins that shiny, shiny little dice. But until then, go ahead, go hydrate, get your bones settled, and we'll see you. Welcome back. Gamers, I hope that you have been whispering to your land, learning its secrets, refilling your water, finding unopenable doors. We are back. Now, my question is, and this isn't traditional, but I wanted to see if you all wanted to do it or if you wanted to keep the order the same. We're going to do an anonymous voting structure again. So, either we can keep initiative the same or roll for a new initiative order. So, 1 for keep initiative the same, 2 for new initiative order. You're going to vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, hands up. All right, keep your initiative the same. I'll go first again. Joke's on you.
But
alright.
wait!
But wait!
Before we go back to the game, just wanted to give everybody a heads up that we are gonna keep that Die Hard Dice $20 gift code giveaway going until the end of show. And for one night only, since this is a one-shot special, there are only the rules that we set. And so if you've already won a Die Hard Dice gift code this season, you are free to re-enter for a second chance, since this is a special episode. So we're going to keep that going until the end of the show. You'll type !sauce to enter in the chat. And I think that's all I've got. Yeah, we can carry on now.
All right. Then I think if there's nothing left to cover, then we'll just start our next round, shan't we?
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. All right. Well, then we're starting off with myself. Jasper, let's do it. You. Who are the people you brought with you? Why did you choose them? Your home. Describe a typical dinner. Where do the ingredients come from? How do you prepare and partake of the meal? I am actually going to send this card back because I've already done a food one and I want to leave that one for someone else. So, how do you protect your home? Interesting. The land. You have a close call in a particularly dangerous locale. What makes this place? You're trying to keep me alive. Watch me. You have a close call in a particularly dangerous locale. What makes this place so perilous? What happened to you? And then the past. You find what remains of a wondrous feat of engineering. What is it, and does it still work? So my first question is, so real quick, Ruben, remind me of your background. Shout out to the concussed kid in the club. Are you Terrapinian, correct?
I am.
Yes. And what guild did you hail from?
Hawkmonger.
As well. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to assume and then have you be like, excuse me? I was secretly an ISIS Fidelity member. I was like, oh no. Okay. So, and you're brewing potions pretty visibly. Are you getting into any other acts of alchemy, alchemism, while you're around?
I think in between making potions, I'm going back between making potions and like just messing with some of my little inventions that I also throw together.
So I guess my first question, and I know that this isn't your round, and yet here we are. My question for you is just like, what's the first invention you brought out to work on when we kind of got here?
The first thing I got to work on was the item that partly of the reason that I'm using the item that I found in the water too, which is a way for us to store and carry our food and water so that it won't go bad, because I'm anticipating us having to potentially continuously be on the move.
Right. Okay. So, when this, I think that every time that you've been working on this invention of yours, you felt like this like prickle on the back of your neck. And I won't say if you did notice it, but I think that every time that you've been working on this like invention, Jasper has been like hiding in one corner, like just a corner, kind of like watching you work on like this, because Jasper's first love is the invention. It is everything to them, and with the growing absence of Cal, their partner, and Pyrrha, they have decided to fix this by solving both Benito and Reuven. And by solving, Jasper considers that to be just like figuring out all of their everything. And so I think it's after one of these days when Jasper has watched Reuven work on this invention, they go and they find Benito and and kind of corner them with whatever they're working on. I'll let you decide that. And goes, hello, do you have any plans for the rest of the day?
Plans?
Yes.
But no, I'm just out here sharpening my swords.
Well, I could invent something for you that could actually do that for you, but that is actually not why I'm here to talk to you. I don't know if you've noticed, but Reuven is working on this beautiful, lovely invention in the other room, and I have a pretty bright idea on how to improve it, but we'll need to go scouting to find some pieces of scrap metal and potentially some runes. So I know we were talking about sticking together, using the buddy system, and I was wondering if you would be my buddy.
Sure, Jasper, where do we have to go?
Somewhere.
All right.
I think that our best bet would probably be some sort of ruin, some sort of leftover of the old world, I guess. I don't think Flux do a lot in runemancy, but I could be mistaken because I don't know too much. Do you know? You've spent a lot of time down here. Do Flux often engage with acts of runemancy and that sort of magic art?
I don't think they do. No, I haven't seen it. But it's not to say they don't, because you really never know what you're going to find out here.
Oh, sort of like an expect the unexpected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
But I do think there's ruins. I think there's maybe somewhere north of here.
Oh, then let's go.
All right. Are you sure we don't need to grab anyone else or grab anything else before we go?
I'm pretty sure buddies are two, and not any other form of multiples. But if someone finds themselves lonely, I should make sure. Reuven, just comes just pattering out of the room and into where Reuven is working on this invention. Are you lonely?
Reuven, not even looking up, just on auto. Am I what?
Are you lonely?
No, I'm not lonely.
I didn't think so. Keep working. And goes back to me and says, not lonely. We can go.
Great, fantastic. I'm ready.
I think I'm picking up on what you're laying down. Do you take us to I think we go to Calliope's mech.
Yeah.
Like the suit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we head up, and I think Jasper spends that entire time trying to get to know about Benito, but also try not to acknowledge the fact that Benito has lost an inordinate amount of people that I think Jasper assumes he loves. And so just is trying to avoid any sort of like deep emotional thought on that. I'm gonna sort of like, we've obviously got to fortify our house. We've got to protect it. We need to be improving Reuven's work because I think it's solid work. I think it's survivable work. I think it's work that will provide longevity. So you've been in Terrapine, the great iron shell, the great protector. Your way of life is the foundation of a home protected. So when we go to protect our home, I'm of course planning on using some more protective runemancy, getting that all set up. But do you have any ideas for fortifying our home?
Well, I think we're going to need to make sure that we've got all of our bases covered around the perimeter. We want to make sure there's no holes, nowhere for people to be able to sneak in. So I'm thinking,
no holes.
Yeah, no holes. We don't want people to be able to sneak in. We want materials that we're going to be very sturdy. We want to reinforce everything from the inside and the outside, especially being on the coast. Since we're going to face a lot of those, the weather from, if it's raining and storming, it's going to be really hard to keep everything together. My suggestion is to change things to be a lot lower to the ground, because the lower they are to the ground, the safer we're going to be, right? We don't have to worry as much about things breaking and falling over.
Oh, you think Cal's scaffolding is actually a safety risk?
In some areas it can be, because if the trees fall over, then that's going to be really dangerous. If we build something lower to the ground, then we'd at least we wouldn't have to deal with things like that. It's also a lot easier. It's a lot harder to knock over when things are further set in the ground. I'm thinking we should maybe dig and try to set our base into the ground.
Dig. Okay, we can do that. I think I know a spell, but we'll never find the components for it. I'm not the one for manual labor, but I'm sure that we could convince, Pyrrha to do the bulk of that. Yes.
You said you think Pyrrha's gonna do all of the digging?
Yeah, do you like digging? What do you like to do? Is that a hobby? What are your hobbies?
Well, I mean, I'll do anything to use strength. That's my hobby. I like to go, practice shooting in the woods. I like to work out. I like to, do physical labor. So yeah, I'll dig with Pyrrha.
Okay. I am happy to do the precise measurements to make sure you're digging the exact right thing.
Perfect.
And I think that's what you're talking about is you head along up into this mech. And I think that when we see, and I'm sorry, what did you call it, Molly? I'm calling it mech. I don't think that's the right word. What was it originally?
I think he used the word revenant, but it's a huge suit of armor, basically.
Yes, I understand.
The body inside has since been buried.
Right.
And I think she left the rest of the armor in her little glade.
Okay.
And you would know about it and be able to go get it if you wanted. She's not cagey about that.
Okay. And I think when we approach the armor of the Revenant, Jasper's face just lights up and says, Oh, yes, I can confirm this is almost certainly Catalzi work. This is some impeccable stuff. I mean, most of their suits of armor were made with at least some amount of runemancy that did at least provide one kind of damage resistance in combat scenarios. Most of them, of course, were arranged for heat or acid or something like that, but they got really just inventive with that. And Jasper's kind of explaining this to who may or may not care even a little, and goes to kind of open up a fraction of this armor and sees this wheel carved into the wooden throne. And you see Jasper's eyes kind of narrow in disgust as a small frown fits across their face. And I say, well, we don't need wood. We need metal. We need other things. We don't need this anyways. I mean, nothing.
What is that, Jasper?
Oh, that's a symbol of the god Discord, the god of chaos.
God of chaos, huh?
A spinning wheel. Yes.
And you don't like Discord?
Why would I strive for chaos?
I mean, sometimes chaos can be fun.
Chaos is death. Chaos is wanting. Chaos is ruin. Chaos is everything that people prepare to avoid and fall prey to. Anyways, chaos is a thing that hunts. I am not a fan of chaos.
Well, what happens when you pray to these gods? If you pray to the god of chaos, chaos ensues?
Well, it depends on how devout you are, or how close your connection with your deity is, or whether or not you are praying and stumbling into coincidence or not, I suppose. Do you pray?
So, I do not know. But what god do you pray to?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit complicated.
And why is that?
Well, every week, everyone in the Valak's branch comes to celebrate Meter and Magistray, the beings of the body and astronomy and study and travel. But I think sometimes it is only Doxan who might understand the beauty I find in the architecture of thing, of making, of construction. And so, while I do enjoy praying to Meter and Magistray with the others, most nights I find myself praying to him.
And how does praying to Doxan allow you to sorry, my brain is breaking down. How does praying to Doxan allow you to access that skill more?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the concept of faith, right? You have no definitive evidence. And that is why faith is so important to persevere. But I swear, sometimes when I look at a blueprint just right during one of my late night studies, it is ephemeral. I just know. I create my best work at night. Why don't you pray? What would give you solace, then? What brings you peace?
I find peace in helping others, and I find peace in maintaining my habits. I don't feel that I need to pray to anyone in particular. I just need to focus on me and do the work that is important to me. And that's what keeps me going.
That sounds a lot like Meter, you know?
Well,
Devotion to helping others, the love of your craft of study. You're out here traveling. It seems every act of yours is a prayer, even if it's not outright.
well, maybe I'll have to give it a try.
If you do,
But how do I know? You describe this faith, and how do I know that that's working?
How do I know that you'll still be here when I wake up? That you won't have given up and wandered off? I don't have a lot of muscle if you did that. I'd rely on Pyrrha, and I don't think Pyrrha likes me very much.
Well, I guess I don't, but I suppose at this moment it's neither here nor there. Can we use these parts we found, or you really won't because they're from Discord?
I actually think we can. And Jasper goes to pull the visor off of the helmet. and there is a stunning, literally, the stunning amount of a flash of, Molly, you tell me the color of the light.
Like a turquoise green.
A turquoise green light that shoots out. I will let you decide, Benito, how good at saving Jasper you are from this clearly deadly magic that was set to go off if someone tried to interfere with the inner mechanics of this suit.
Yeah, I think Benito's a good enough sorcerer to be able to protect him.
Can you tell me how you do it?
He is going to cast like a counter spell to kind of put up a wall of protection.
Ooh, is it a wall of protection that's like just like raw magic? Are you like pulling up like a teleportation circle and it like shoots off somewhere else? Is it like a wall of ice?
I think it's pure magic. In my head, I went to the Pokemon move Protect. So if you've seen that used,
yes,
that's kind of like yeah.
I love to imagine Jasper just seeing like the ethereal plane materializing and hardening in these like hexagons, all in front of him, all in front of both Benito and oh my god, imagine remembering your name, Jasper. As this just flash of turquoise light singes every piece of plant matter that is on the other side of this. This place becomes a scorched mark, and the throne has this beautiful lightning like burn all going up through it now. And Jasper kind of like falls back.
Jasper, you gotta be more careful when you just go to open things.
I didn't realize that the armor would have an inherent trap in it. I mean, it does make a certain amount of sense if it's a fallen soldier on the field and an enemy is approaching to try and collect resources, but
you should always try to detect magic or to see if there's any kind of little string that's gonna pop off and shoot an arrow from somewhere. You never know.
I guess I'm just not accustomed to the armaments of war. And Jasper kind of like says, "It'll be safe now, though. Will you watch while I pull some of the runes off of this?"
I will watch, yes. Just be careful.
And so then I think that that Jasper spends the next like hour, 90 minutes, just very carefully detaching these runic stones, crystals, and kind of laying them out flat. And so I think Benito learns too much about Jasper, because Jasper in times of discomfort resorts to their knowledge base. So you hear a lot about invention, and you hear a lot about like Cal, someone who they're just absolutely devoted to. And I think there's one sentence that sticks out to you as something weird. And it's when Jasper says, "Yeah, I mean, Cal and I, if she hadn't been here through all of this, I don't know where else I would have found my strength. I mean, even before getting ready to go, she's held steady through every experiment, every false lead, every augmentation. Anyways, the runes are collected. It's time to return."
Jasper, what? Experiments? What experiments?
I'm a scientist.
Well, what are you
Everything's
doing?
an experiment.
I mean, that's fair.
I'm not sure. Part of the experiment.
Part of the experiment is
Well,
that you're
yes.
not sure what the experiment is.
Oh, yes. Subjects
That's
often
the thing.
cannot know. It would invalidate all of your results.
Who were the subjects? You're your own subject. You're experimenting on yourself, Jasper? What are you doing?
Well, no, my division. We work as teams. You do in Hawkmon Crest too.
Your division is experimenting on you?
Well, yes, for a brief time.
And what exactly is that experiment? What is the purpose of the experiment?
We were trying to see if we could fuse biologic matter and runomancy.
You think it'd work?
It did.
What did you do?
And Jasper just kind of like holds their hands out. And you watch as all of the runes that they were just holding in their arms, you can watch that they're using their eyes to kind of direct them as all of these different stones come to set up in the air and spin. And you see cracks of electricity start flying in between them, and those electric sparks are reflected in Jasper's eyes, which you can only barely see through the glasses, which you now figure are probably there for that very reason. And after the electric storm kind of dies off and it all settles again, I'm trying to think. Jasper would try so hard to give Benito something that mattered to him. It's a mechanic hawk with moving wings.
Like a bird?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not quite life-sized, but enough mechanic to fit in the palm of your hand. This is just a small aspect, and I can't do much more of that just out of thin air. I usually need materials present, but small things like this I've managed to learn to do.
Incredible, you just built this from the runes?
Yes, or hesitantly calling it technomancy.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. Do you think you could use that to help fortify the base?
Well, why do you think we got the runes, silly? Let's go!
Okay, good
And
point.
then they head on back. And they spend the rest of the day fortifying the home with runes and digging and plotting out a section to dig. And that is my turn. Which means it is now Sam. Sam, who did you leave behind? Why them? And that's specifically your home, right? Sorry, not your home as in the card your home, but they're talking about Kurthus. Your home. What sort of livestock have you acquired? How did you come by them and what do you use them for? Out in the wilds, you've seen something you fear is a threat. Say what you've observed about it and discuss with the others how to deal with it. That's delicious. You discover part of an ancient burial ground. Describe the location and the things you learn there. How does this discovery make you feel?
So I talked about this on somebody else's answer, but I'm just going to open up about it a little bit more. The person that Pyrrha left behind in Kurthus was their lifelong best friend, Articus Whitmore. Someone that they were extremely bonded with until the last 5-ish years. Together, Articus and Pyrrha had sort of started to question the rule of the crown and whether or not it was just for all of the people in Kurthus. And that meant getting involved in what was, at the time, a very young, rebellious movement in the weeds. And they were partners in this. They were helping to supply people in the weeds with small, easily concealed weapons, etc. And when Articus got a vague threat from Yvonne indicating that she knew something was happening, he spooked and became essentially doubled down on his devotion to the Arcanon and to the crown. And Pyrrha thought it was cowardice. Pyrrha thought it was really a mark of Articus's character that I think they had never really considered before. And they continued to sort of walk down these very divergent paths. And then right before leaving on this exhibition, which Pyrrha saw as both an opportunity to find out the truth about what was happening in the wilds, and also saw it as their duty, but in a way where they were doing it because they felt it was a divine duty, not necessarily something that they had to do in order to prove their loyalty to the crown, which is not something that they're interested in doing anymore. And when they told Articus that they were doing this, Articus essentially said, I can't come with you, and you know that I can't come with you, like my role is not there. And Pyrrha told them that they were a coward. So it was a pretty long coming but nasty friend breakup.
Love a breakup.
Yeah, we love those. And then as far as livestock we've acquired here, I think actually Pyrrha may have discovered Pyrrha and I think Cal, I think they were together for this on one of their walks. They found cows. They found fey cows.
Are they pink? Are they like, what
Give
color are they?
them teeth. Give them wings.
I think they definitely have wings. And I don't know that they have. I'm not going to talk about cow teeth because I think that's going to freak me out. But they definitely have wings. They definitely are not like white and black or brown. Like they're definitely like different colors. Like there are some yellow ones and some like cotton candy pink ones, and there are some that are like almost like a weird like holographic kind of color, like their fur seems to like shine.
Like a legendary Pokemon card cow.
Yeah, like they seem to
Incredible.
shine at certain angles. And I think it was one of those things where Pyrrha and Cal were out walking and talking and sort of assessing where Jasper was at with what Pyrrha thinks is essentially a slow mental breakdown, because that's kind of what they've gleaned from what Cal has told them so far. And they don't have cows in Kurthis, and they certainly don't have like multicolored four-legged beings with wings. That's very odd. And so I don't know that they necessarily like use them for anything. I think it's more so that they study them and try to like understand what these creatures are, how they came to be here. If that makes sense. But as for something that Pyrrha fears is a threat, after finding the network of tunnels that they've since established as their home, Pyrrha went out to try and figure out what those bones belonged to see if they could find any evidence of any similar creatures nearby. And I think on one such expedition, they found footprints or at least what they thought were footprints. Just these massive, almost like craters in the ground, but placed far enough apart to indicate some kind of pattern. And they only seem to appear, or they seem to increase. Like there seem to be more of them after the really bizarre pink lightning storms that all of the expedition has seen since coming to the wilds. And so I think Pyrrha brings this information back to the group and says, I don't know what made these tunnels. I don't know if it's related to the thing or things that are making these patterns in the ground. But I think that whatever those things are that seems to still be walking are definitely a threat to us, and are something that we should be aware of and try to figure out what to do about.
Where do you gather everyone to have this discussion?
I think there's one slightly larger tree hollow where they have like little meetings, and it's like kind of cramped. But it's just big enough for them all to kind of squish in and like have conversations that are protected so that they're not like out in the open.
So how do you inform? Can you do you want to role play this, or do you want to talk it through?
I would be happy to do either one. What is everybody else feeling?
Just roleplay it, baby.
I'll roleplay it. I would like to have us all.
Hell
in a
yeah.
room.
So I think Pyrrha calls like a meeting essentially, and I think it's probably likely that they have like semi-regular check-ins where they're like, hey, like I think I found a source of food here, like I think I found this, let's do some, some recon or whatever. Or I assume that Jasper is sometimes like, hey, I found this cool thing, come look at my cool thing.
Yeah, everyone has to do progress reports.
Yeah. So Pyrrha calls one of those meetings and is like, and it says, so I keep finding these large, almost crater-like imprints in the ground. And at first I thought that they were being formed by, movement under the earth or something, but they seem to be appearing in a pattern almost like they're footprints of some kind. And I don't know if any creature could be so big as to leave footprints like this. But if it is a creature, we should talk about what that means for us and how we stay safe.
Well, we track it and kill it before it kills us. Maybe use one of the cows as bait.
How do we kill something that big?
This might be one of those colossals that we were trained to avoid. But if a colossal is coming for us, one, they're usually not quiet, so we should be able to hear them coming. And the other point is if a colossal wants to kill us, we'll die.
Hey, Rue, can you make that potion still?
What potion?
Which one?
You remember that one that you gave me right before I went out to fight the void ghouls?
Do you know how many times that I've sent you out with potions to fight void ghouls?
I know, but it was that special
You've
one,
actually seen a void ghoul?
It was the one you were experimenting on, you remember? And I was able to take them on alone.
Oh,
do you remember?
I'm sorry. The previous subject of this meeting has ended. Did I just hear experimentations on void ghouls?
Yeah.
Well, on the void ghouls?
Well, I mean, it was maybe derived from essence of a void ghoul. I might have been working on something.
You didn't tell me that.
You didn't ask, okay? You said help me, and I said here, I'll help you. You didn't die. You drank it. You were fine.
You are correct. I did not die. As a matter of fact, it was
No,
very
correct.
helpful. But okay.
Rue, I didn't realize that your studies were so advanced. Where have you published your findings?
Published my findings.
I'd
And
love to read them.
I just hold up a book. That's it. That here.
Just one copy?
Knowledge like that is often suppressed by the people who would publish such things.
Okay.
It's impressive.
On
Only that is
Terrapine.
being community sourced and handed amongst the people from person to person.
No, it should be published in an official publication so that it can be peer reviewed and examined thoroughly.
Which is
You were just cut off. I can't hear you.
which assumes that the people who are seeking that information have access to those publications, which is not always the case.
Okay, but that's not a matter of what we're talking about. The best way for that incredibly important research is to be publicated in a publishing that is experienced in the continuation of that knowledge.
Hogmongress isn't really about posting research. Look, it's just something that I do.
I'm sorry,
wasn't
is that a
looking to
hobby?
get- Well, it's just
Right
what
now,
I
it's a
do.
life-saving hobby, so we should be grateful for it and stop questioning where people are placing their information, because
I'm
at least
certainly
we
not
have it.
questioning it. I'm just saying that if you were ever to come back to Kurthus with us, you would find that people would pay you handsomely for a lovely quality of life for that kind of work. You should be paid fairly
I
for
don't
it.
think any of us are going back to Curtis.
Go back to Perthus.
Listen, Jasper's just curious. You see Cal like put her jacket over Jasper's shoulders.
And
She's
Jasper
got
kind of takes
cats
that as
along one
the.
arm.
Jasper kind of cozies up and sits back.
And Pyrrha kind of like pinches their mouths together and then leans back and says, "Jasper, I'm sorry. I know that we've had conversations about this before, and I respect your desire to see the institutions that lead Kurthus led by the kind of people who care. And I'm sorry."
I have a question for you. Is this the first time that Pyrrha's ever apologized to Jasper?
I think they have agreed to disagree in the past.
Hmm.
I think they've had, obviously, I think they've had this conversation before, and I think they've agreed to disagree. I think this is the first time that Pyrrha has backed off so quickly.
Jasper's eyebrows narrow. And I think, like, Calliope, as your hands are, like, lifting off after putting the jacket, while Pyrrha's saying all of this, you feel a static shock as your hands are leaving your coat. And Jasper kind of, like, holding the coat close, kind of leans in towards Pyrrha and goes, "Your apology has been noted, but I find it increasingly concerning your resolute determination to bring your complete derision for all of the structure that kept Kurthus afloat for the last 1,000 of years into our, I don't know what you would call this, survival expedition. Well, we're grasping for straws on how to institute infrastructure that will keep us alive."
You're right, Jasper. I should, I'll put some time into that and think about it.
Yeah, I think it's maybe time that you start putting time into other things besides Cal.
Okay, Rue's going to walk up to Jasper and go, not that I ever thought that anybody would ask, but because I'm a person that likes to be prepared, they go into their bag and they're shifting around for a bit, and they pull out another smaller notebook that they hold in their hand. They say, "This has my findings. You won't find any of my personal notes, but this has the gist of what I do."
I'll return it after
Here.
I've made a copy, and just like literally snatches it and then runs into where they've set up whatever sort of station they have.
Thank you, Rue. I think Cal gives you like a very genuine, like, God bless you. And then I follow Jasper.
It'll keep them busy.
And I think Pyrrha just kind of like.
Well, I think that leaves Pyrrha, Reuven, and Benito to decide the fate of this threat, huh?
Yeah, so Pyrrha just kind of like blows a little raspberry, just like in exasperation, and scrubs their hands over their face, and then looks to Benito and Rue and says, not that I'm questioning your skill, because I've also used that potion to fight void ghouls and come back alive, but I don't know that that's the solution to this. I'm wondering if the solution is simply to hide.
You know, as confident as I am in my abilities to alter these potions, as you've seen yourself, Benito, I'm wondering if in this case, Pyrrha has a point. How many tales have we heard of people fighting colossals and living?
And these footprints, if that's what they are, I don't know that the descriptions of colossals that we got were anywhere close to actually capturing the might of this thing.
I can tell you that you're not going to want to find out.
That's for damn sure, huh?
I mean, I don't know. I'm never one to turn down an adventure, and I would love to see exactly what we're dealing with. But if you feel it's safest to hide, where exactly do you suggest we hide?
That's the thing, is I don't know. I don't know if they know we're here. If they do, I have to assume that we'd already be dead, so they must not know that we're here, and that, again, brings me back to the question of what made these tunnels, and when, and why, and how, and what killed it. And I found the bones in the tunnel, which makes me think that it died here, but there are so many questions left, and we don't have anything to help us find the answers. And considering how important it is that we, as Jasper rightfully pointed out, take every scrap we can find, the less information we have, the more concerned I am.
Isn't that a reason to seek it out, to get the information?
Not if we come back dead and there's nothing left to relay that info to others.
With Reuven's head still in their book, they go, so what if we track it? If it doesn't know that we're here, or at least we don't think that it knows that we're here yet, we can spend at least the night tracking it. And they go to rummage again in their bag, and you see them. Where the hell is that thing? Here. You pull it out, and it looks like one of those like really old-timey square-looking or rectangle-looking cameras. But you can see that it's had some sort of like a wheel attached to the back of it with like a spindle that like can hold like some type of film. Here, and just hands it out and goes, here, if you can get back to where the footprints are, you can set these up. I have 3 of them. If you give me 2 hours, I can make at least 3 more. This will trigger if anything of measurable size walks through. At least we can know what we're dealing with.
Darkness will be here soon, too soon. So why
You
don't
won't have to worry about the dark.
I mean, for us to be out setting these things up. So
I can set them up.
Why don't we go out in the morning, the 3 of us? We can measure them, set up these devices, and see if we can find any other markers of the thing's height, width, whatever information we can glean.
More time means I can make more of these. Whatever other potions we might need.
Sounds good to me.
All right. If anybody needs me, no, you don't. And I will be busy.
Okay. And then I think when the three of us go out to do this the next day with these devices that we're setting up and the tool, whatever tools we're using to sort of measure these like footprints, I think that's where we find, like, in that process, we discover something that looks like a burial ground from the stories that Pyrrha remembers from Kurthis. Because I don't know if we've ever established what happens to the dead on Kurthis. But it's a pretty, I mean, it's a floating city in the sky with limited land.
Yep.
So there probably aren't very many cemeteries.
Yeah. Very pro-cremation here.
Yeah, and whichever cemetery, if there is one at all, exists is probably for the wealthiest of the wealthy.
Oh, yes. You'd have to be quite important, almost a royal, to have your body kept.
Yeah, so I think Pyrrha might have maybe seen the royal burial ground and has heard descriptions of them. And so I think they find one of those when they're out tracking or setting up tracking devices for this colossal. And I think it's another, like, looks like a clearing. I think the stones have really grown over with a lot of lichen and moss. Just, you know, wild plants kind of cropping everywhere. There's definitely Bellwale mortaris. Is that what it's called?
Mornarinth, like morning in Labyrinth.
Mortarinth. And I think Pyrrha just gets really, really sad for what could have been had they, like, had the people not had to flee the ground. Like, imagine the ability to visit your loved ones, you know? And I think, Katie May, can you remind me what the Bellwale Mortarinth, what the properties of that are?
I'd be more than happy to. So the Bellwale Mornarinths are plants that only specifically grow on top of grave sites. And this was popularized by the Flux kind of tricking a lot of the remaining humans who were still grounded during the fallen of the First War while they were mourning, say, mass deaths, that this particular flower was provided great sort of honor and toward the dead, right? It is the ultimate honor towards the dead. Managed to trick a lot of mortals into believing this through various manners, which seem to be lost to time. However, you know that the Bellwale Mornarinth, because it is a relatively invasive species, but only towards burial grounds, this is a it is a bell-shaped plant that hangs and sounds like wind chimes, except for when it's raining, when those bells' eyes open and begin to weep alongside the rain. And the invasive plant, which has come to grow, has essentially brought its vines into every casket, inside every tomb of any one of these graves with which it is planted, and animates the corpses. And they come to life when it rains, and the Mornarinth cries. But it is rumored that those who can successfully navigate the undead labyrinth and get to the middle can sit
with the dead and speak with them.
I think Pura attempts to take a cutting because it's not a plant that they recognize. Is that something that they're able to do safely?
Is it raining?
No.
Then yes.
Cool. So I'm going to take a cutting, and that's all 4 of my questions.
Well, yeah, then it looks
Wait. I have one last thing to add.
Ooh.
They take that cutting back to the settlement and give it to Jasper as a peace offering.
Jasper tells you, I appreciate your contributions to my work. This should go along quite nicely with my current study.
No problem. Let me know what you find out.
I mean, publish my information.
Or share it with your community.
Jasper just goes back to working.
That's my turn.
Alrighty, then we move now to Lyrica. Lyrica, you're you. Describe your daily routine. What 3 things must you do without fail each day? Your home. What material is your home made out of? How did it get here? We know this, so I'm going to remove it and give you a different one. What produce do you grow around your home? How do you cultivate them? On a hike, you find a place with an incredible view. What do you see from the spot, and how difficult was it to get to? You just... Did we have this one?
Yes.
I feel like
I think we have.
I discovered
We definitely
something.
did.
Yeah. Ooh. You find a site that appears to have ritual significance. Describe what you find and say if it has any connections to other discoveries you've made so far.
Ooh. Okay. So, since we've been here, Reuven's kind of daily routine looks a little bit different than it did when before. So they make it a routine they get up every morning. They freshen themselves up. And then they have like a little kind of like makeshift desk area set up right near where their sleeping area is. And they have a series of different notebooks laid out, and they take out one that they write in every morning, and it's to record anything that has happened in their dreams. So after they've done that, they then go down and leave the area where the tree is, because they too have seen these little multicolored flying cows around. And although they have not managed to come into contact with any of them, they do go out and collect the droppings from these cows. This little pink fairy cow manure. They then return, and they use that in one of the machines that they've crafted that turns it into a nice fertilizer. And then they use that fertilizer to not only propagate some of the various mushrooms that they found, but they have also started mixing and splicing together seeds that they brought from their own place, because it's part of their little little kit that they have, mixed with seeds that they have found around the wilds, in order to turn things that would otherwise be maybe not lethal, but it wouldn't be nice, into edible plants. And so they have a little area where they are growing those things, and that's what they use the little manure for. So that is all part of their daily routine that they do. And after they tend to that, she decides to go on a walk, because this is how she finds other plant species, other things to use for potions. So she decides to do that. And once again, as she is out by herself, very quiet, she hears the ringing of this bell again. So decides to follow it, follows it for a while until nothing looks familiar anymore. And then the bell stops. And there's nothing around. They can't seem to find any reason for it to be ringing. But they realize that it's brought them almost to the very tip of what they realize is a gigantic plateau that they've trekked all the way up. And they see that if you get to the very edge, there is a tree that goes up that looks like it almost goes up farther than any of the other trees. And when Reuven looks up, they can see light, which has been not something that they've seen very much being on the floor of this forest. So they decide to climb up the tree. And upon climbing up the tree, there is a slight little clearing that they can see. And so they decide to peep over and see what they can see through the clearing. And what they see is a very unnatural looking clear spot in this forest that is this wilds that are very dense, and what looks like a series of rocks that have been sculpted and have what maybe looks like runes around them. They look very purposefully placed. And for a moment, the bell around Rue's neck starts ringing in their ear so loud that it almost makes their vision go. And then it stops. And so they climb down and feverishly start writing from memory what this place looks like in a way that they might be able to get there, and what this rune area looks like, and close their book and go running back to find Benito and to start preparing for them to go back and see what's going on with this place. I think that's it, yeah.
Beautiful turn. Molly, that means it is up next for you, sweet Calliope. You.
Ooh.
What will you do if someone comes to find you? Who are they? And why were they searching? How large is your home? What rooms do you have in it? So tell us how we've evolved our home.
Okay.
There's a body of water near your home from which you source your water. What makes it unique? You find a circle of stones in a sunlit place. Oh my god, my body just got the chills. Ugh. Hold on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a
that was
minute.
haunting.
Wait a
That was haunting
minute.
to me. That was haunting to me. Okay. There are time-worn etchings on some. Describe what you see and talk with the others about its purpose.
For this first one, can I like go big?
I think no, because this
Okay.
is hypothetic. It's
Okay.
not in action. I think it'd be interesting if we see her preparing, if that is an inevitability, and how she is quietly preparing for it. Because I think Calliope is the type to stay prepared.
Yeah. I think Calliope has made like little private nooks for everyone as best she can in this tree and in like the tunnels we've dug. Whatever space we've carved out, like she's made like makeshift walls, and I think she's made, a little study space for Jasper. And I think Calliope desperately hopes this person is going to come find her and tell her what to do. And in her room, I think it's like literally like survivor shelters, but like with like maybe like walls going up so you can't quite like see into each other's zones. I think she has a small altar to Discord that she keeps hidden under her pack. And she sometimes uncovers it when she thinks she's alone and quietly prays. It's more like a deeply anxious conversation, a one-sided conversation, where she just, you know, is asking what to do, if they should just keep doing this. Have you abandoned me here? Am I doing the right thing? Because I don't know how much longer I can do this. I don't know how much longer I can keep lying to them. For you, I haven't seen anything from you. I think this is what someone might hear if they ever overheard this. These quiet whisperings in Calliope's small makeshift room inside of our weird, fucked up treehouse. As for the little body of water, I think we do find, like, fresh water to drink from. And I think, like, as an act of love to Jasper, I think Calliope goes out and, like, catches fish and then puts them in this pond. Hoping that they will, like, have more fish, but also so Jasper has somewhere nearby to, like, safely get fish from. Like, literally, I don't know if fish farm's a thing, but, like, I think that's what makes it unique.
A koi fish farm, essentially.
Yeah. I think, like, she gets, like, nets of them and, like, tries to, like, transport them in, like, weird little buckets of water and then dumps them into this pond. And then leads Jasper to it later to be like, whoa, look what I found! Wow!
Oh.
Hoping to delight them and also give them an easier way to go fish spearing and relax.
Yeah, I think that from that point on, Jasper can be often found sitting with their feet in the water, explaining their plans to the fish.
Oh my god. Yeah. And I think Calliope stops going on walks with Pyrrha now, and is just alone. Which is, I think, more isolating for Calliope. She's either with Jasper or just gone somewhere. I think as she's becoming a bit more and more in her own head. Then I think it's one of these times where she finds this circle of stones. I think it's like a weird, like, specific beam of light that lands down on them at, like, noon. Like, very intentionally placed. Where she finds these old etchings. And I think it might be, like, war plans from, like, the Great Bloom, from the perspective of the Flux. Like, missives from Ampara. And, like, a set of like a plan, like a clock almost, like, first we will do this, and then we will do this, like, in a circle lit in the sun. For a list of actions for Flux to take should they, like, come upon it. And I think it's another one of those things that she now, like, I think, like, the party can see that, like, Cal's not sleeping much. She's got, like, bags under her eyes. She's, like, by herself a lot. Even Pyrrha's not going on these walks with her. Like, sometimes she just comes back and is like, I found this freaky thing. Do you want to come look at it? So, like, that's what she sees, and she comes back to you guys and shows you where she found it. Which we can, like, roleplay a scene about it if we want, but that's what she finds. I think she just says she suspects it was missives from the Great Bloom. But she almost seems too tired to want to, like, figure it out more, and sort of brings it to you all to be like, well, here's this, so.
Wow, this is incredible. This is something you never see if you stayed in Kurthis.
No, it's certainly interesting. I mean, piece of history. We should start a museum in our tunnel.
Tunnel museum. Yeah. Rue, Benito, have you ever seen anything like this? I know that you two spend much more time out here.
The rocks?
The missives, the rocks, all of it.
And you see Rue again goes into their bag, and then they pull out 2 books this time. And they pull out the first one, the one that they wrote on when they came down from the tree, and throws it in front of everybody and directs themselves towards Cal. Did it look like that?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. Why?
And then I take out the second book, and I'm like, this book? I write in this book every morning about things that I've seen the night before, my dreams, whatever. And I pull it open and I throw it on the table. I'm like, I drew that this morning before I ever left. And it's the same. Rock circles.
Prophetic dreams.
Oh my. Have you been imbibing any sort of mushrooms that we haven't cleared as completely safe?
It's like the first time you've heard Cal laugh in like 2 days.
I test all the mushrooms so that I know if they're safe or not.
Okay, so
Is that part of the problem? Testing
say-
mushrooms?
No, I've had this book, it happens sometimes, but not like this.
How much is sometimes?
Since I was a child.
Okay, so often, I think is that then always would also be a word I think could apply there as well.
Yeah, we just don't talk
about
about it.
Were you born on a certain moon? Were you a twin? Were you blessed by Sencha or something?
Sencha, no, I live with my parents back in Terrapine, and I'm Hawk Mongress, and they're we've all been Hawk Mongress. No.
Interesting.
Are you writing that down? What are they writing down? Cal,
Just a note.
Take a
I
study.
just keep a log of things that are happening while we're here.
You get like a general dossier on each of us, I assume.
Oh,
you
well,
know.
yeah, but they're unpublished, so Cal doesn't have to worry. Benito, is this some? I mean, I don't. Is that common in Terrapine? These prophetic visions? They sometimes are, but this would be the domain of Valara, which none of us are.
have you ever been to Terrapine, Jasper?
No, I would love to.
Yes.
Well, I mean, yes. Well, we went
Well.
to hire Hawkmongress, but I did get distracted with repairs on the ship, so the amount of time that I was able to leave was maybe an hour at most. But
Yeah, there's just some things that we don't talk about. And things like this that they can't explain, we just don't talk about. So I write.
Is that why you left and haven't gone back?
No, and then immediately goes back in their book and starts writing.
you know, Hyref and Yvonne works very closely with prophets. Have you done any celestial work? Do you know celestial? Have you? It might actually help you bring clarity to these dreams of yours.
Look, I just make things and brew potions. Who? Yvonne?
Hierophant Yvonne.
Hierophant Yvonne.
What's a hierophant?
It's not.
One of the leaders of
They're
the
leaders in the
Arcane
church.
Yes.
And Rue kind of looks at looks at Benito like,
No, I don't know. I've heard
Put
them
out all
talk
their
about
craft
these
up
things
to be.
before, but I haven't asked.
they're not all that cracked. So why?
I mean, they're
Why then
somewhat
should
cracked. They're all geniuses.
Kira looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but you can be like a genius and like, I don't know. No, Yvonne's
Are these people supposed to be like you're supposed to look up to these people? Is that like what is the
course.
Hierophant?
Hierophant is someone who has followed and studied the will of the Pantheon so closely and so devoutly that they are able to interpret it with the work of Valara and its prophets, and Valix is studied enough of the magics that the gods have divined to create from those magics. It's a robust system, a devout system.
I think, like, as you talk about Yvonne, you see Calliope's face, like, twisted into this very, like a grimace. Like, she's experiencing, like, physical pain. Like, she's just kind of...
I think Pyrrha is just looking directly at Cal.
What? Something on my face? Sorry. But what?
Nothing.
So you don't agree, Cal? You don't think that the Hierophants are supposed to be people you look up to? I mean, what are they then?
I don't know. I think I thought I knew before we left. And now I don't know.
What changed your mind?
She gestures to, like, everything over. I don't know. I thought maybe they might, like, send a rescue team for us.
Oh, I'm sure they
Or-
have.
Then where are they? Where's anybody?
Where are we, Cal?
I don't know.
And how could they? You have to have faith.
But if anyone made it back, I mean, if any of them had made it back, then they would know our general
Everyone
area,
else
right?
is dead.
We have to stop. We promised we wouldn't talk about this anymore.
Fine. No, it's just my fucking brother. And she storms out.
Pyrrha follows Cal.
Oh. If Pyrrha stands up, Jasper stands up as well.
Pyrrha sits back down.
I have a question. I've forgotten this. What was Pyrrha's realm of study? What does Pyrrha do?
Imagine remembering a single word. They make weapons. Blacksmithery type
Gotcha.
that stuff. They were ostensibly a soldier in a city that had no war.
Yeah, I think, Jasper stands up, and at the same time, and there's just this long eye contact before Pyrrha sits back down. And, Jasper turns to the rest of the group and says, I'd like to apologize. I sometimes let my love of the hypothetical neglect the realities of the heart. I have to go apologize to my love. I will return. And Jasper leaves.
I think I answered all my questions, but if you want to roleplay you finding me, we can also do that.
You're muted, Katie May.
I said, oh no, I think we'll save that.
Yeah.
Hold on, that means it is Sweet Benito's turn. Let's find out more. What has this place given you that you could not gain elsewhere? You decide to add another building to your property. You'll get to build our underground lair. Huzzah! You've done it! Describe its purpose and what happens during its construction. You find a cavern less than a day's journey from your home. What lies within it? You
come across a lone structure amid the ruin that is incredibly well preserved. What is it, and how do you think it survived when others did not?
I think that, as far as what this place has given Benito that he would not have gained elsewhere, is a sense of humbling. Because I think this is the first time he's really, truly been challenged. I think he's excelled at so many things in his life that he's kind of taken that for granted. And so this is kind of his moment to recognize that there are other things out there that are either stronger or more difficult to conquer. And I think that he would take Jasper's suggestion and ask Pyrrha if they wanted to help with the digging underground to make like another safe space, like another either a meeting room or a kind of like a bunker.
Pyrrha will agree to that. Just for the sake of helping to expand the space. I don't think they find anything particularly odd about their request. They're hardy. They've got some strength. It makes sense.
Right. And do you have any idea on what size you think it should be, Pyrrha?
Big enough for us to get in and small enough to keep anything else out.
Is there anything you can see? I mean, from everything I see, it looks like it'd be pretty structurally sound without any support in the middle. Do you think so?
I'm not an architect, so I just have to take that on faith.
Well, maybe we'll add a support just to be safe, but I say we start digging it out, and I think that as we kind of start to dig things out, if in the wall area, if you will, all of a sudden, as we try to kind of take the dirt out, it's like you slip in. And there's just a big space underneath that we can explore. And I think it's another set of tunnels that have already been kind of pre-established. Pyrrha, did you want to see where this goes?
Pyrrha already has their hand axes out and is like crouched and like going forward.
And it's a really dark kind of these dark tunnels, but every so often you can kind of see that where they've been carved out, there's little twists and turns as it leads you away. And when we finally get to the other end, it's like it's kind of going up, and you can see a little bit of light, almost as if there's like a hole at the top. So we walk towards the light, and Benito kind of takes one of his swords and like tries to like pop the top of it open, and eventually he gets it open, and they can walk into this like cavern. It's also small, pretty dark, but there is like kind of at a distance you can see the light that does come in. so they are able to kind of carefully walk around and explore to try to see what they could find. And so as he's walking with Pyrrha, he'll say, well, just be careful, because it seems like there's some like jagged edges around some of these rocks.
Pyrrha, I think digs out one of those jagged edges, and then she just like brute force pulls out what they find, and now holds it up to you and says, "That's another bone," and then just like tosses it on the ground.
Another bone?
Just like the ones I found in the original structure.
Do you think there's more of them down here?
I don't know. I don't know if all the bones I found were from one creature or several. It could be an entire colony. We have no idea.
Do you think we can start putting them together and try to figure it out?
Maybe.
I think
I've
it's
never
worth
been
it to
very
bring
good
back
at
with
puzzles,
us.
but we can certainly try.
Yeah, we might as well bring it back with us, and between all of us, we can probably figure out exactly what it is. And if we're dealing with something
Sure, if
small,
not-
something big.
Yeah, if not exactly, we can at least maybe get some answers.
Definitely. And so he'll take the bones and he'll kind of tuck them into whatever bag he has to bring back with them. And so instead of going back through the tunnel, he says, well, why don't we go out this cave and see where it leads us?
Makes sense to me. Map more of the terrain. Let's go.
So they start to walk out of the cave, and it kind of opens up into it's like a densely populated area of trees. But when you look at the trees, it's like it's densely populated, but it seems like it's been done on purpose. And when you look at them carefully, you notice a pattern amongst the trees. Just based on how they're kind of like split up, 3 here and 2 there, or 2 here and 3 there. And he points this out to Pyrrha and he says, what do you think this pattern is for? Like, should we just try to see where it leads?
I think Pyrrha carefully measures the distance between each of the trees with like very slow intentional steps, and then when they've like confirmed that there is some kind of pattern, they turn back to you and they go, there are a lot of things down here that seem to have been very carefully positioned, and I can't think of any reason why that would be. But this seems like a path, almost.
It does seem strange, but I think we should follow it. And he will kind of, if Pyrrha's agree, will start to lead the way through the path.
Yeah, Pyrrha will come.
And they notice that like the path keeps going, and then it starts to shift in the opposite direction of where they had originally come from. So as if they had come, like for a while they were kind of traveling parallel. They were traveling kind of parallel, and now they're going like more like north or perpendicular, or whatever the term is. He says to Pierre, I mean, it seems like we're going to now be pretty far from home. Do you think we should keep going? Do you want to come back and try to figure out what's going on here another day? I mean, I guess we can always do a makeshift camp tonight if we needed to, but hopefully we'd be able to make it back in time.
I think it would be better to go back. And then tomorrow, if this is still here, we can go a little further.
Okay. So he says, okay, well, are you sure we're going to remember how to get here?
Secret cavern. Follow it to the end. Seems pretty straightforward. But
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm the only one who's noticed this. Sometimes it seems as if these things shift or disappear completely hours after we find them.
What have you seen that's happened like that?
Well, those footprints that we were tracking, for one thing, we determined that it was definitely a colossal, but then the footprints just seemed to evaporate as if nothing had ever been there within a couple of days, which didn't make any sense because they kept getting deeper, it seemed like, as if the creature was just walking in its own footsteps, that it didn't get lost. We didn't hear it coming. We didn't hear it patrolling, doing whatever it was that it was doing, and then those footsteps were just gone. These trees are planted very intentionally, but this switchback doesn't make any sense unless it's some kind of trick or a game. I don't know. It just seems odd.
Do you have anything to be able to reach out to the rest of the group from here?
I don't have magic, if that's what you mean.
Oh, and he thinks to himself back to a couple of days ago when Jasper made him a little mechanic hawk. And he's like, oh, I have this. His name is Rudy, and he can take a little note back to them for us. He's got impeccable like location senses. So what do you say if we send this back to the group and you and I keep going, and we'll tell them where we are, and we'll tell them to follow Rudy back to us.
They should stay where they are if they can. I don't think it makes sense for all of us to relocate. We might never find it back to the tunnels.
All right. Well,
Unless you disagree. You know the wilds better than I do. You grew up here.
well, I mean, I don't like to leave a group split for too long, because the less people to help each other out, the more problems that can arise. But all right, I'm gonna go on forward. I'm gonna look for another 10 or 20 feet and just see if it keeps going, because if it does change, we're not gonna find it again. I hope it stays the same, but I guess now we don't know.
Go on ahead, and if I start to lose sight of you, I'll yell.
All right. So Benito will continue going, following the path, and it kind of opens up into like a hidden. It's like close enough to the coast where it opens up to like a hidden beach area. And out on the beach is what seems to be like almost like a fishing shack. And so he will yell back to Pyrrha and say, "Hey Pyrrha, I think I found something."
don't think Pyrrha hears you.
He'll run back. When he doesn't hear anything from Pierre, he'll run back to make sure that they're okay.
Pyrrha... My queen broke on me again. Pyrrha is standing in the exact same spot that they were standing in. And they look really frustrated. I've been shouting. Where did you go?
I went... It wasn't even like 10, 20 feet. But I think I found something. We should check it out.
What do you mean? You've been gone for almost an hour.
How is that? What do you mean I've been gone for an hour? It's been like 15 minutes.
No. Benito, you've been gone for nearly an hour. I've been shouting your name till I was hoarse.
Alright, so now we've got you finding mysteriously disappearing footprints, trees that are planted in patterns, and distortions of time?
I think we should go back.
Alright. I guess we'll head back. But if we can
Well,
find this place...
What did you find?
I mean, it looked like
Don't take me there.
it looked like it was a fishing shack, and I'm not really sure exactly how... It seemed to be pretty well fortified because it obviously withstood the storms that we experienced the other day. I don't really know why, though, because it didn't look particularly fortified. It looked like it was just made out of some wood that had washed up on the shore, so I'd love to check it out and see if there's any kind of magic or something else that's keeping it that well intact.
No offense, Benito. I think Rue knows a little bit more about magic than you. So it might behoove us to return to camp and come back tomorrow.
Alright, I just hope we can find it tomorrow.
Me too.
I think they will head back to camp.
And that is the end of the round, which means that we move on to the changing times. Now, we're all going to go around and, in order, ask any one of the following questions of any other player. Each player should only ask and answer one question. My question is for Rue. And it is, what do you love most here?
Rue loves that this far out here, they don't have to put on a constant act the way they do at home.
And it is Sam.
My question is for Cal. What can I do to help you?
Stay away from me.
Woof.
That got me so
Okay,
mad.
Calliope.
I'm having my Joker arc. I'm so sorry. I love you, Pyrrha.
That's okay. I'm seeing things disappear in the woods, so it's fine. We're doing fine.
Let's
Oh.
see.
Yep, you know, Lyrica. You know it's you.
My question is for Pyrrha. What do you struggle with here?
Not knowing how to help unless it's with my strength.
That means
Okay.
it is now Molly. Yeah.
Are we allowed to ask questions that have already been asked, or does it have to be one that hasn't been asked yet?
I think it can be whatever question, but it has to be. You can't be the same person. I think that's the only rule.
Okay, great. I already know. Jasper, how can I help you? How can I help you?
Tell me how to help you grieve.
You can if I'm in denial, baby. Nice try.
Julian.
Who?
Who is left? You can't
I
ask
think
yourself a
just me.
question.
You can ask yourself a question.
No,
Oh,
so you
no.
have to. How did we do this wrong? How did this happen? How does
I don't
math
know.
Well,
work?
this is why I think you can only have 1 to 3 players.
Okay, wait. No. Wait, I'll ask you a wait. Oh boy. I'll ask you a question and then you get a freebie.
Okay.
You get to ask anyone. And that'll be the rules. I'm so excited. This was actually Lyrica, help me decide. I'm torn between asking, do you want to leave this place, and what do you love most here? Which do you think?
What do you love most?
All right, our question is, what do you love most here, Benito?
I love the camaraderie. Even though this is kind of a hodgepodge mix of people that he really only like is with because he was paid to go on an adventure. Along the way, they have definitely become, especially being where they are and just in a very small group of them alone, they have become much closer. And I think that especially as a Hawkmongress member, he kind of appreciates that groupness.
And then you just get a free
Uh,
action.
Okay. Jasper, what do you struggle with here?
I spent hours covering it up, but after I couldn't find Cal after she stormed off, I just went back to the fishing pond and I paced and paced for hours. And when that time was done and I stepped back, I saw that my path in the ground had tread a perfect wheel. Something's wrong.
Oh, that's spooky.
So fucking scary.
And with that little bit of scary, we'll take our second break for the evening, and then we'll head into our third and final round before we hit the epilogue. We'll see what. Well, I don't know. We'll play it by ear. But this is another chance to go refresh those bones. We'll see you here on the other side. Make sure you're entering that dice giveaway to get you some clacky shinies, and we'll see you soon, gamers. Welcome back, God Slayers. I hope you've been whispering to your lands. I hope you've been enjoying Indie Game Night. Yes, please tell us if you've been enjoying, if you'd like to see more of this, or even if you'd like to see it as Patreon content. I love playing GMless games, and I love playing GMless games with the cast of D2D, because then we all get to be equally feral, and that's delightful, truly. Remember, we're running the dice giveaway until the end of the episode, so make sure that you're getting that in if you would like to win some sweet dice. Beyond that, I think this is going to be our last round. Something of the sorts, I do say. I think is what we've geared up for. And then we'll head into the epilogue, which should be quite exciting. But we're gonna do another private vote. Again, one for same initiative order, 2 for new initiative order. Votes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Same it is. I love it when we all wait until the first person holds up their hand and then we all pick what that one is. Okay, gamers, let's do this. Oh boy, it's time to take the tricycle wheels off. I can finally bike, Dad. It's round 3. Let's go. All right, let's draw my little cards. Let's do it. Of the things you left behind, what will you miss least? Why? Your home. This one's boring. Bye. Oh, we have to shuffle these ones back up. Come back. All right, describe an area in your home used for recreation. What do you do there? The land. You come across a creature in the wilds that you have never seen before. Describe the encounter. Do you tell the others about it? You discover a set of ancient tools. What are they, and do you know what they were used for? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my, oh my, oh my. And this is my last round, so I really gotta make this one count. Alright, let's think this over. So, where things stand. We've got a relatively well-built hideout, still using the tree trunks, obviously, but we've got our bunker fully built and fortified. So that's nice. We've got some of ruse plants and stuff propagating. So we've got some crops. That's awesome. We've been able to fertilize them, all that. I think that the scaffolding is Jasper stopped using it after that day, after that conversation, except to go up with Cal, but that is still existent. And then I think yeah, okay, and then I don't even know how to describe the interpersonal tension, so I'm just gonna leave that. I went, and then I'll describe, and then I went, no, that's too hard. I'm just going to give up. So, let's do this. So I think that I think that Jasper is struggling with the passing of time. The lack of knowing what progress Kurthus is making without them. You know, of what would become of their studies, of their ambitions, of everything that they set aside. It's easier for Jasper to think about it in wistful terms because there's not a child waiting there for them. It's just the promise of the progress of mankind.
The very thing that the Wilds is punishing Kurthus for. I think that Jasper has been trying to assimilate to the rest of the group, falling in line as best as they can. And unfortunately, at this point, that means distance, long walks, quiet conversations. All of it is suiting to make them more paranoid. But I think amidst all of that, Jasper has been trying to figure out a way to give Cal the feeling of home. And Cal, I think that one of the days that you go up to the rafters on a day that you've been gone for a pretty long time, you come back to head up to your spot, the one that mimics the window, and you see that it's been changed. Someone has been here. And you can immediately tell that Jasper has tried to create, in a 1-to-1 replica, this kind of corner booth that Cal and Val and Jas and Morgaine and all the other bright minds, right? It's their Algonquin table, right? And Jasper has tried to recreate it. And it's terrible because it's only using the things that Jasper could have found in the wilds. But you also see a fair amount of, like, excessive runemancy use here. And it actually strikes you that, like, you actually didn't know that Jasper had been doing any of that since the incident. And there's an aspect of that is surprising to you. But I think that the aspect of it that is most surprising to you, and would be even more surprising to Jasper, is that as you take in this beautiful, loving gesture, that it was done as kind of a silent bid for home for the both of you. You notice that there's something different about this recreation. There's no edges. None. It's all circles. Just a slight change, but that slight change is a cacophony of whispers at an already growing voice in your head. And it is a sign that is solely up to you to interpret it, but it is there. And I think that it is on that day that this was made that Jasper was sparse. On another long walk. Which is funny, because Jasper hated going on walks. Back in Kurthus. I mean, Jasper didn't hate a lot about Kurthus, but I think that the one thing that they weren't reticent to leave behind was the structure.
they find themselves freed now. I can go on a walk. I don't have a thing to turn in. That's great. They find a sudden onslaught of freedom that is both liberating and the most intimidating thing that they've ever dealt with. But I don't think Jasper ever misses it. Even though something in Jasper craves it. And as Jasper takes this walk in the woods, they stumble across the most beautiful creature they've ever seen, besides Cal. This woman made of leaves, of earth, of other. Jasper is alone when they encounter their first flux. And they walk together for hours because Jasper finally has someone who is eager to hear about the result of all of their investigations while they've been down here, supplying additional information, additional ideas, just bits and pieces here and there. An earnest ear, one that points out the safe to eat plants, the poisonous ones. And eventually that flux leads Jasper to this profound labyrinth. This Mornarinth. And tells them what's in the middle. The flux says, if you go there, there's more of this. And wordlessly hands Jasper this small and delicate toolkit. And Jasper, on the walk home, after standing at the entrance of the Mornarinth for 15 minutes before noticing they were alone again, starts to use these tools, discovers that this is also some form of runic technomancy toolset. But it has not been developed by Kurthanians, it has not been developed by Terrapinians, it has been developed by the Flux. And if Jasper can take some time and really figure this out, it could advance their research by years. Which is why they know they have to tell Cal. But maybe not how they got it. And so, having nearly forgotten about the earlier romantic gesture, after being gone for their longest, most concerning walk, let's say 8 hours, Jasper returns with a previously unseen for quite some time pep in their step, and immediately seeks out Cal. Where are you?
I'm where they set that whole thing up for me. I think. Eyes red. crying from worry.
Perfect. Let me just ask this to get this out of the way right now. Where's Pyrrha? I need to know.
I think Pyrrha is in the Magistrate Cave that they found with Cal.
So there's
because
no worries of overhearing.
No, not right now. Because I think that's the closest space that they found to be like just purely faithful.
Gotcha. Okay. Rue, I think that your workshop is within hearing distance of the following conversation. And so, Jasper clambers up on the scaffolding, being very careful as they go, and finally gets to the top and goes, "Oh, you found it already."
Where were you?
I was on a walk. What do you think?
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Not as wonderful as you.
I'm not wonderful. How was your walk?
Again, not as wonderful as you. You are the most wondrous thing I have laid eyes on, but I have some great news.
What?
Look what I found on my walk. And Jasper takes out this neatly wrapped, like no larger than like, you know, holding out your hand, this little folded toolkit, obviously meant for like very fine runic work. Look at this.
How did you get this? Who gave this to you? Or rather, would you find it?
I found it inside what do you call those tree holes? I found it inside one of the tree holes on my walk back.
Your runemancy has developed a lot since we've gotten down here.
And it'll develop tenfold once I sit with this equipment and I begin to understand it. I think I'm going to get Rue in on it too, because if we can begin to train them in both the arts of just the works of Valara and Valix, if we could begin to combine those as well, we'll have aspects of the same support that the arcanic structure has, but down here.
I don't think you should. I don't think you should.
Rue has proven themselves very trustworthy. I know that technically
No,
they
it's
wouldn't have
not Rue.
clearance.
It's you. I don't think you should do any more with this. I think you should stay as you are now and stop toying with this, please.
What?
Jasper.
This is a culmination of almost a decade of our work, Cal.
How much does devotion matter to you, Rue? Or Jasper? How much does devotion matter to you, Jasper? Rue, come in.
Devotion?
Yes, to your god. What would you do for your god, Jasper?
I don't know. I hope that every action that I do is an act of devotion to those I love, to those I worship, to those I hope to serve with my progress of the scientific art in the future. Everything is an act of devotion to this beautiful, suffering planet.
What if you had to give up me for your god, for the better of mankind? Would you do it?
But God would ask me to give up you.
That's a good question. That's what I've been asking myself.
Cal, everything's gonna be okay. I know that we're inside of a tree right now, and we haven't had wine in months, but I was hoping this would cheer you up, not make you cry much. This, Cal.
Would you do it though?
Give you up? Only if you ask me to.
I haven't been very truthful with you about a few things.
I knew it.
What do you think I'm talking about right now?
Your long walks, the derision towards me. I've noticed. Cal, I'm not a fool.
Pyrrha?
Yes.
Do you think that of me? You think I'd do that here to you?
I think the world of you.
Listen, Pyrrha's a friend, Jasper. I'd let them bleed out slowly if it meant keeping you safe. I'd do it in a heartbeat to any one of them here. To Rue. To Benito. I'd do anything for you. That's the point, is I don't know how to choose between you and her. I don't know.
You don't have to choose. I'm at your side. You're not feeling well. Maybe I should just leave you to think for a while and I will come back.
Please don't.
I don't.
Jasper, what do you...
I don't want...
What do you think I'm talking... This isn't about Pyrrha, it's about you. And Yvonne and her plans for you. You've noticed it, haven't you? Wheels everywhere. Your magic. Growing more unstable.
It's not unstable, it's just falling out of practice.
I saw what happened at the pond.
No, you didn't. I spent hours covering it up.
All I do is look for these little signs, Jasper, and I'm seeing them everywhere. Here, in this recreation. You can't stop it. I thought maybe it's a blessing that we got lost out here, that maybe she won't find us, and then I thought, I'm losing devotion. She would want me to keep you safe and bring you back to her. Jasper, what do you think we were doing to you up there?
I'm not supposed to hear about it. That's a whole part of the work.
You need
that
to
me
hear,
knowing
Jasper.
could compromise. No, I don't want to hear about it. And Jasper
Fine.
gets up and starts if we get back to Kurthus and the work needs to continue, I want to be able to do that work. Cal?
Fine. Okay.
I think there's so much to learn while we're down here, and I'm not eager to go back, but you don't think we're really going to stay out here, do you?
I hope we do. I hope we never make it back.
What?
I hope you and I stay lost out here forever. And then we can just be together. But everything will be fine.
Cal, who do you think is going to take care of Gideon?
I don't know.
It's us.
She's the only loose end. Of course I feel guilty. Of course I want to go back for her, but
When was the last time you saw a book down here? I long to read. I've read Rue's notes, oh god, 10, 15 times now. I made a copy of it, and then I was able to notate that copy. And I'm hoping to ask to borrow their personal notes soon.
we can go back to Terrapine.
Terrapine?
Exubifax, they have libraries. We can find libraries down here. Why does it have to be Kurthus?
Because where the work we did was there. With the amount of iron that is enclosing Terrapine, I don't even know if that would impact our work. That much concentrated metal? I don't know.
Yes. So it's devotion then. I think Cal leans forward and kisses Jasper fiercely on the lips.
I think Jasper is shocked, but melts into the kiss, and for the first time since leaving, I think they taste home. And I think that's my turn. Which means it now goes to Sam.
No, I'm too sad.
What drew you to this location?
Oh no.
I'm not letting you out another building. It was the last turn. Not another room. Bye. You can have some livestock. There you go.
More cows.
Yeah, I think Sam got that exact same one before.
Oh,
I did last time, last turn. That was when we
How
talked
do you
about the
protect your
cows.
home? There you
Perfect.
fucking go.
We put
That's
down
a
some
last
cows.
round.
Next.
That's a last round card. Out late one night, you discover a place perfect for stargazing. Describe the location and talk about how you found it. How are the stars different here? You discover something that is not so very old at all. What is it?
What drew me to this location, this network of tunnels that we've started to call home, was the perception of safety relative to everywhere else we had tried staying in the wilds. And I think that I felt as if finding that meant that I could be less stringent in how I did patrols around our camps at night. That it meant that maybe we could have moments of peace where all of us felt that way and not just whoever it was who was allowed to sleep for that 20-minute period. And since coming here and since discovering the proximity of the colossals and the encroaching proximity of the void ghouls, I've discovered that brute force is not the thing that protects us. And so I think I have started to inquire more about magic and its place here. So I've been spending more time with Rue, trying to figure out what ways we can reinforce the physical barriers and boundaries that we've put in place. And I think I've also continued those explorations with Benito to try to map out the terrain the threats, etc. And I think on one of those like scouting missions with Benito, which might be one that we bring Rue on actually, after I talk about sort of the strange shifts of time and space that I've been experiencing. I think we find a place where we can see the stars above us, but it's daylight. And that doesn't make any sense. Because why would we be able to see stars when Anpara is ruling the skies? Stars come out in darkness. And so I think when we find that place, I sort of gesture to both Rue and Benito and just say, this doesn't make sense. Nothing that we've found or that I've found makes any sense. How do you explain this?
I can't. I can't explain it. So we'll write it down until we can.
And have we been here before? Because I genuinely can't remember.
None of this looks familiar to me.
Benito, do you remember this place? Is this somewhere we've been?
I can't say I remember it either.
But it feels familiar, right? Even though it doesn't look that way? Or am I the only one who feels that way?
It does feel familiar. As if we have been here before, but we just can't recognize that we've been here before because of the changes that have happened in the area.
What do we know about the bloom that could lead to something like time and space shifting? Is it flux magic? Is it the wilds themselves? Is it the gods? And then I think Pyrrha kind of like shakes their head and draws like a little symbol over their heart and says, no, it can't be the gods.
Are you so sure that it's not the gods?
Because the gods themselves are not evil. The gods themselves are divine. They're above those concepts.
Are they? Because Jasper told me about a god that's totally dedicated to chaos.
Discord, yes. I think there has to be balance in all things, even in the divine. But chaos, it also isn't inherently evil. If you can find a chaotic way to achieve goodness, that's still goodness. Chaos is the antithesis of law, it is not the antithesis of good.
I suppose one could argue that divine isn't inherently good either.
I suppose that's true. But if we lose faith in the gods, what do we have left?
Ourselves.
too
There's not much
fallible.
faith going on back home, and we seem to do pretty okay.
That makes me sad for you. I thought
I
for a
mean-
long time that my faith was something that was dangerous or would lead me astray, and then I realized that it wasn't my faith, it was the institutions that were preaching that faith in a way that made it not right, that corrupted it. And I think being out here has made me realize just how little respect I have for structure, but how desperately I need to hold on to that divinity, to that faith.
Could you not simply have faith in yourself? I mean, it seems like you're the one who's come to the realization that faith, perhaps in the wrong hands, can do malicious things. So, wouldn't it be better to just have faith in yourself and carry yourself through with your own moral torch?
My morality is derived from my belief in magistry, my belief in justice.
Would you believe in justice if there was no God telling you to be just?
How would I define justice if not through the lens of a god?
You just it's like a voice. I mean, that's like asking any of us in Terrapine who are so distant from your gods how we define morals. Because we understand the effect that they have on the people around us. It doesn't take a god to do that. Kurthus is strange. And Rue continues writing.
Terrapine isn't entirely godless, though. I know that there are people in Terrapine who are devout. I spoke with some of them when we were there. And no offense to either of you, because I don't think this of you as individuals, but if Terrapine is godless and Terrapine is also a city of thieves, do those two things not correlate?
Do thieves not exist in Kurthus?
I'm sure that they do. I was trained as a soldier in a city that has no war.
Seems that many truths can exist at once.
Perhaps. And if that's the case, maybe it can be both true that we're experiencing time differently here, and that we're experiencing it the way it has always been, or the way we have always expected it to be. Do
Does
either
seem
of you
rather odd.
recognize? Sorry, go ahead.
It does seem rather odd, though, and I do feel that perhaps there is an outside force manipulating things.
Do either of you recognize any of these constellations that we can see? I can't say that I do.
I can cross-reference them with some books I have back at our camp, but none that come to mind right now.
I can't say I recognize any of them either.
I can ask Jasper too. They probably know. They know a lot.
Yes, Jasper has vast stores of information. It's always incredible to me how much they managed to absorb. I've been reticent to ask them about this because they're already carrying so much.
Surviving in the wilds, it's a heavy weight. You've been out here more than once, Anito and I. Somehow never easier than the time before.
Should we keep going? Or should we turn back? I think we still have a few hours until dark.
I'm always down to keep exploring, but I'm also happy to go with the group.
Are we concerned that there are no Hawkmongeress members left back at camp?
I'm always
the
concerned
bunker is
anytime.
fortified. But that's fair.
I'm okay to press on.
So I think we keep going. And I think we find the forge.
The forge?
And I think it's the first time that Rue and Benito have seen Kira get truly excited about something, because this is what they did in Kurthis. They made weapons. They forged things, they created things, molded steel with their hands. And I think Kira finds a sword that seems newer than anything else they've encountered in the wild so far. And that frightens them enough to sheath it and bring it back to the settlement to get Jasper's thoughts on it.
Would you like to see that?
I would love to roleplay that if you would like to roleplay that.
Then let us see it.
Well, first, Julian and Lyrica, do you want to roleplay the finding of that or anything that happens in the forge, or?
I'm fine to do that if we want to, however much we want to roleplay. I'm down.
Yeah, I think when Pyrrha finds it, it's just like, it has a sheen to it that makes it look like it hasn't been, like, it's not rusted, it's not stuck in a rock or like buried, you know what I mean? It's just like this sword in this forge, and the forge isn't hot. It clearly hasn't been in use for some time, but the sword and the forge, I think, feel less ancient than pretty much everything else they've encountered in the wild so far. And I think Pyrrha sort of holds up this sword to both of them and just says, unless there are other explorers out here, it seems odd to find a sword without its wearer.
Especially one of such exquisite craftsmanship.
Yeah, this is truly gorgeous. And I think Pyrrha's like testing the balance of it and stuff, like as you're talking.
And I think Reuven's kind of looking around and noticing that it doesn't appear that really anybody has, even though this sword appears new, it doesn't appear that anybody has been actively using anything recently either. And looks up and sees both of you talking about this sword and checking out its stats. And goes, God, I just was never a sword guy. And then keeps looking around the forge.
I don't think you have to be a sword person to understand how good the craftsmanship is on this. I mean, it looks flawless. It's immaculate.
And keeps writing.
And I think Pyrrha actually like kind of like does a couple of swings with it and then actually brings it back and like just nicks like the side of their hand to see how sharp it is. And immediately starts bleeding. Says, I didn't even feel that. It's hard to get a blade that sharp.
I think while you're doing that, Benito's been watching and is wondering if perhaps there's actually any magical properties, and so he will try to detect magic. But everything he's doing is
This, just as a reminder for everyone who might need to know it, this weapon is forged of blood, just as crimson as the tools found by Current.
So, yeah, he's trying to detect magic, but is unable to find anything specific.
The color is also interesting. I don't think I've ever seen metal this shade of red.
Yeah, it looks doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. Do you think we should? I mean, do you think somebody's made it? And do you think that they're here or anywhere nearby?
Somebody had to have made it. I mean, swords don't just spring up from nothing. Perhaps we should take it back with us. We can ask Calliope and Jasper to take a look. I highly doubt that this hailed from Kurthus, but
Yeah, I highly doubt that came from Kurthus. That does not seem like a Kurthinian object.
it feels important somehow.
Do you think it'll be safe to bring back with everybody?
I mean, it's not going to come alive and kill us, I don't think.
It's the
If
wild.
it does, then we'll be dead and it won't matter.
That is true. And I would be lying if I didn't say I was a little bit curious as to running a few of my own experiments on it.
Can't be any more dangerous than tracking down colossals.
Let's bring it back.
So they bring it back. And then I think Pyrrha calls a little meeting in the little meeting tree.
Jasper and Cal are holding hands when they come to the meeting.
I think Pyrrha is pleased by that, but doesn't show any outward appearance of it. And they hold up the sword and say, we found this in what looked like a forge, a real one, built by hands. It looks new. If not new, then certainly not old. And it's beautiful.
You find the blood sword beautiful?
It can't be made of blood. You can't forge weapons from blood, Cal. That's not how that works.
You can do anything down here, I'm learning.
Actually, that might not be true.
How with magic? How would you?
Well, lately I had been so inspired by your writings. Rue. I've been working on this. Now, I obviously haven't had any access to void ghouls, but I was able to synthesize some of the... Well, yes. Sorry. I don't mean to get too technical about it, but yes. If you were to have access to the right tools, you could forge with most anything. You would just have to have the right tools with the right runic enchantments on them to allow you to work with it.
I didn't even see tools down there. It was just an abandoned forge and then this beautiful sword.
It is a lovely sword, though I am... You saw nothing? No one was there? No one wanted their nice sword?
No one. It it felt newer than so many of the places that we've been here.
Well, I can take the blade and I can investigate it. I can at least try to ascertain when it was made, how it was made, something along the lines of it.
That would be great. Jasper Rue was also going to run some tests on it. Perhaps the two of you could work together and see what you find.
Of course, it'd be an honor.
Perfect. There's something I actually wanted to give you anyway, Jasper, so...
Oh. Huh. I love gifts that aren't experiences.
Carthenians.
And I think Pyrrha says, I don't know if we should call it a gift yet. We don't know what it does. It didn't come to life and kill us on the way back, so that's one point in its favor, but if it truly is a sword forged from blood, I think that we should be cautious.
What sort of tools would you need for that anyway, Jasper?
Flux tools.
What kind of tools do the Flux use?
All kinds. You think that they are not scientists?
Well, I just mean anything that, perhaps we might have seen that maybe we...
Okay, who told you?
What?
Mm-mm.
What? Who told...
What's wrong?
I mean, never mind. What are you...
Yeah, okay,
Who
sure.
told us
That's
what, Jasper?
What secrets are you keeping?
Jasper,
Benita, what do
did
you know?
Each about flux scientists on Kurthus?
Okay, well, I already told Cal about it, but yes, I have encountered upon a small collection of flux tools that I will use to conduct this investigation.
When
I think
did you
Rue should take
encounter
point.
these?
Rue should
Sorry.
take point. Rue doesn't have a complete education.
I just think it'd be safer. And I trust Rue. Who has a steady hand.
My hands are perfectly steady.
I just want you both to be careful. That's all.
You know, where was this? Where did you find this?
I wish I could give you exact coordinates. It was just past this bizarre clearing where we could see stars, but it was daylight. The constellations were completely unfamiliar. I can't even quite recall how we got there.
Well, I'd love to go back.
I made a rough trace in my journal.
Yeah, and Rudy can help you.
Well, Rue, would you like to return to me to the scene? We can see if we can find any other equipment and ascertain the source of this. You say there is a forge there. That should be sufficient enough to conduct any investigation we should hope to.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's go then.
Just the two of you?
Are you inviting yourself?
No, I'm just making sure that you feel equipped with just the two of you. It's dangerous. Dark is coming. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow.
Or we can just all go.
I like that plan. I say we all go.
I agree with Benito. He's the Hawkmongress member. I do what he says.
Sure, we'll all go. By the way, where did the three of you find those crowns?
Jasper, what crowns?
What?
One's
said
on your heads.
You're wearing them.
Thought it was
Kira
like a
reaches
cute
up.
club.
Are you both... Did you get into my mushrooms?
No, I've never eaten a mushroom. I don't know.
That's smart.
Thank you.
There's no...
I don't see crowns on either Rue or Benito's heads.
So you've gone to an unknown forge, gathered a blood dagger, and come back with magic done to you that none of you can recognize, and now you say, Jasper, follow us. Absolutely not.
You were just so ready to go.
I didn't realize the crowns were
Can I
unknown
speak to you for a
curses.
moment?
Yes, of course.
Jasper pulls Cal aside and goes, okay, this is bad.
Yes. Yes.
Listen, neither of us are healers, Cal, but you're definitely more of one than I.
Barely?
You need to... we need to get these crowns off of them as soon as possible, so I'll take Rue's sketch and try to retrace their steps. I can take one of them, but I'm reticent to take any of them now that they have these crowns. It could make them vulnerable to danger of some kind.
Who are you taking with you then?
There's no one to take.
So you're just gonna go alone?
I won't have you do it.
But I don't matter like you do. You need to stay safe. I should go.
Cal, I can't help these people. Moreover, you'll get there and not know what you're looking for.
I'm just mad you're right.
You usually are mad when I'm right. Luckily, you're very pretty when you're mad.
Everyone always says that to Morgane. She like rubs her forehead angrily. I think they have like a similar like anger crinkle from their like furrowed eyebrows.
It didn't seem like too far of a travel. I will go and I will take Rudy and I will send word should I find myself in danger.
Do you promise?
Yes.
Promise you'll send word to me if you're in danger.
Promise.
You're better than I could ever have deserved, Jasper. Every moment I've loved you, I just try and live up to the person that you deserve. I just want you to know that before you go by yourself to the cursed forge.
You did, okay, you really did make it seem like you do believe I'm about to leave and die. So
Sorry. I'm scared.
Fear is okay. It means you something to lose. But that fear, that's what makes us strong. I should do this before my nerves fade.
Okay.
Rude, can I see that notebook where you sketched the map?
Of course. I'm gonna reach out of my bag and hand it over. It's all yours.
All right. I am going to retrace your steps and see if I can find the origin of your crowns and how it might be undone. I will be back soon. In the meantime, Cal is going to do the most rudimentary of healing processes that we know to try and make sure that the three of you are safe.
Wait, Jasper, and I'm gonna reach over. You're making sure we're safe, but we have to make sure you are too. And all of the healing and various health potions that I just had on hand with me, I hand over to Jasper.
Thank you. I hate the taste of potions.
Jasper puts them.
All right. I will be back shortly. Worry not. As I
Be
will be doing
safe,
all the
Jasper.
worrying. Of course. I have someone to go home for. And Jasper kind of nods at all the four of you, and leaves after giving Cal a kiss on the forehead. And as Cal walks out into the night, there's a voice.
Wait, Cal or Jasper?
As Jasper
Oh,
walks
shit.
out.
I
Okay.
literally did it earlier.
I wanted to
literally
make sure.
We're passing it around.
I'm so sorry.
As Jasper walks out into the night, it is a quiet walk before the Dryad returns and says, I saw your friends.
They're in danger. When you wear those crowns, you can be killed by the things that wait for you under the castle. I can help. I just need something that's there. Just a page. That's all.
Have you answered all of your prompts? Then it is Rue's turn. Why did you settle here of all places? Not produce. Why? Why is it produce every time? Structure. Large. Ooh, let's do this.
Oh god, another storm!
There is a place near your home that fills your heart with... Oh, sorry, I didn't read this one. A storm arrives. What becomes of your home? There is a place near your home that fills you with joy. Why? We just had that one. You find the bones of a creature, massive and ancient. Describe how you make this discovery. Do you know what it once was, or do these creatures still exist? Would you like this one, or would you like a new one, Lyrica?
might try to go for one more.
That's what I was feeling, but I didn't want to strip you of your agency. Oh, you can have another water object, or I can give you... This is both water objects. Why are these two water object cards? I can give you water. I can give you something not very old at all. Ooh. Let's do this one again. I think you should do
Okay.
this one.
Incredibly well served. Okay. So I think Rue is back at our tree home. And they are walking the perimeter of the tree home, possibly with Benito and Pyrrha, since we have made quite a few additions and improvements to the tree, and we tried to do our best to, I think, maybe fortify the tree, since the last storm did quite a number. And I can feel it. I can feel the storm brewing on the wind. And we're walking through, and we're kind of just maybe surveying the structures. Like, turn to Benito and CC, and this is how, do you remember about 3 years ago when I was working on that way to deploy a shield? Well, I was able to implement it here. So if we have anything that tries to strike the tree right here, it will deploy. We can just push this lever right here. It'll come down, and it's a metal sheath. Nothing is going to come past it. No lightning is going to be able to damage the tree that way. And then walking around and showing Pyrrha, like, this is the lever that I put in here. This will activate the storm shield on our south side. And if that becomes damaged, then we can take everybody through to this side of the tree on the west, because we've made sure that that one is the most secure place if we lose any other part of the tree. Benito, I know you were the one to see the storm last. Do you think this is enough?
I think we're gonna need at least a couple more poles or stakes to try to keep the upper parts of the tree in place. Last time we lost about 25% of it, so I just want to make sure that if something does somehow hit or get through anything, that it's going to be secure.
I can help with whatever you need. I used to build a lot on Kurthus, so if you point me in a direction.
Yeah, Cal, if I think I saw an area of scrap not too far from here. If I can go retrieve some of that, can you all start working on fortifying the part that Benito was talking about?
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Good. Thanks. I'll be back with everything we need. And I begin walking away towards that area as the storm comes in, and hoping that I can retrieve everything in time before it actually hits. So I begin walking to the area, and I once again can hear my bell ringing. But this time, it wasn't anything that I saw around me. It was just a feeling. I was just engulfed with this feeling of home from the person that gave me the bell. And then looked around and realized that I had somehow come to the exact same spot that I was standing at when I first found the heart-shaped rock. And for a moment, I'm just filled with joy, because the person that had given me this bell is the one person that means more to Rue than anybody else. And as they're standing there and they kind of get lost in that feeling, they realize I don't know how I didn't realize this before. I was standing here for so long. How did I not see that directly in front of me is what looks like these runes that I had seen from the plateau top? But there's no way, because it was so far away, there's no way that it can be this close. But it's right there. And from what I thought looked old from up on a plateau, doesn't seem very old at all. In fact, much like the sword, it seems rather new compared to everything else around it. New and old at the same time. And as Reuven approaches, we can hear the bell in their ear getting louder and louder again. The closer they get, the louder it gets, until there are no other sounds except for the bell. And right before Rue believes that they can take this ringing no further, it stops. And the moment that it stops, Rue realizes that they are right in front of, pretty much right in the middle of these runes. And they're looking around. They don't recognize these runes. So they begin to just sit down in the middle and do the only thing that they know how to do when they've found something new that they don't know what it is or what to do with it, which is they begin to write and they begin to sketch every single piece of these stones. They make sure that there's no detail that goes left unturned, because if I miss something here, then I might miss the answer that I've been looking for this entire time. And as they sit there and they begin writing and they begin drawing these runes, they lose track of time. Those are my questions.
Delicious.
Congratulations, those were very delightful. I'm truly losing my mind. Oh boy. Which means we're at our last 2 rounds before the epilogue. Shall we? Molly. Who did you leave behind? Why them? Would you like this card or a new one?
I think that's good. I can't think of any other cards that are juicier that I could get.
Would you like to talk about breakfast?
No.
Okay.
I guess I can. I think all the other home ones have been like done.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, let me just triple. Let me pop that view up and make sure that I can't offer you one. I'm just looking at the list of them that comes with the pack. This is the home. Alright. I'm not gonna make you talk about livestock in your final round. Storm arrives. What becomes of your home?
okay.
Would you like a cavern? Would you like a... There you go. You'll want that one. And you'll want that one. Alright, the land. You have a close call in a particularly dangerous locale. What makes this place so perilous? What happened to you? And you discover scraps from a device seemingly used for transport. What could it have been? Can you use what remains?
Gosh, okay. I have to ask, who is like left? Jasper is gone. Reuven left and lost track of time. Do you like come back soon, or have you been gone for a long while?
I think I was gone enough for people to start to worry, but then come back just as that worry is setting in.
Okay. So you've been gone a worryingly long amount of time. Okay. Pyrrha, what's going on with you? Pyrrha and Benito, I need like a status check-in for you two to see what Cal's doing.
I just sent Katie May a quick DM that I need them to look at, and then I can answer this question.
Okay.
The answer to your DM is, yes. Well, no, because, well, yeah, yes. So, Benita, why don't you fill in Cal, and I will confer with our DM real quick.
Yeah, I think that Benito is starting to get worried about Rue, and just kind of pacing back and forth a bit between like the front of the structure, like where they would see Rue come in, and like kind of just going back and forth, wondering where they're at, and kind of checking himself, making sure that he's got everything ready, like if he is going to go out and try to find them. So he's got his sword, he's got his potions from Rue and everything like that.
Okay.
And how long, Rue, until you come back?
I would say like just when just right when somebody is vocalizing, you know, hey, it's been a while, that's kind of worrisome. Here comes Rue.
Okay.
Okay. As for who I left behind at home, I'd say for Cal, it's maybe two people. I think one would be Gideon, obviously. Why Gideon? It'd be fucked up to Sunday 5-year-old on this journey. And I think it was also like the hope of like carving out a future for Gideon and like the children of Kurthus. And I think the other person Cal left behind that we know is on Kurthus, and that Cal found out was on Kurthus not long before they left, would be Discord. Her god. Whose true identity she found out not long before she left. And I think her devotion has been rather shaken on this journey. And I don't know if I think she's thinking of leaving them behind, perhaps in a bigger way. But she's still waffling, because it's kind of all she's had out here. And also, Pyrrha, I know you're back now, so if you want to tell me where you are, or if you're anywhere.
I think Pyrrha has decided that the best use of their time is to actually do an outside patrol, which I think is something that they do regularly, not as regularly as before they had like the tunnels, but definitely like since they discovered the colossal route in the area, and just like the ever-present terror of the void ghouls. And so I think they decide to go on a patrol. And I think they tell both of you, or all three of you if Rue is still there, like before they go outside, I can't worry myself about a curse when there are more imminent physical dangers. And so they take it upon themselves to go outside and do that alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. I think with Jasper gone, Cal is freaking out a bit. and is sort of going on like little expeditions to find like anything helpful. If anyone like wants to go with her on these, you're welcome to. I don't think she's doing these necessarily alone. But I think she's just like looking for anything that can make her feel useful, or like what she's doing here still matters. Because I think she's like lost all of her like tethers. Like Alan, Valeria, Morgane, and Jasper are all gone. And until like Jasper comes back, I think you can see her sort of like desperate to find purpose. So she's going on more and more, maybe like risky expeditions deeper into the wilds. So I'm trying to think of like a close call. Again, if you guys want to be with me when danger strikes, let me know.
I think
Otherwise,
it's where it strikes.
Yeah. I think like the storm that arrives is more like it's very classic. Like I think it is heavy mist and rain while she is out on one of these journeys, like far from camp. I think typically the way she'd find her way back is by carving little wheels into trees to mark her route. And I think she's lost the last one. She's a bit turned around. I think she runs into a rain man during the storm. I think it's the first time she's encountered one while out here in the wilds. And I think that's what makes this place so perilous, is that it's raining. And this is a very, like, Cal can fight, but she's not like a fighter. So, I think she survives this encounter, whether it's like with one of your help. I think that changes it. If you guys aren't there, I think she literally just like barely escapes with her life by running.
Wouldn't that be the very danger that Cal was looking out for? Oh, no. I want to hear Benito. Benito's been in the wilds. Benito would know what the Rain Man is and what the Rain Man is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Benito would have gone with Cal. He generally does not like to send people anywhere alone. I think that he probably would have at least been aware enough to be on the lookout for the Rain Man, since he's aware of what's going on in the wilds, right? So, but although he was aware to be on the lookout, I don't think that he kind of recognized it in time to be able to point it out, and so that's why they ended up having to fight it.
I think then, like, if you were there, like, without a doubt, you saved Cal's life. Like, she would have died if you had not been there. But I do think she has a nasty cut going from, like, her nose down her chin now. That is, I think you can tell, going to scar. And I imagine, like, the two of us, like, under a tree as you're, like, helping her figure out the wound. Because you probably know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's on the way back that we find hidden in brush and like covered in moss from time, an old ship, an airship that has crashed somewhere, but not so much that it's not unrecognizable. And I think going through it, it looks like it's already been pretty picked over. It's hard to tell what allegiance, who, like, had this airship, but I think having, like, you with Cal makes her feel safe enough to, like, kind of ransack it and know that she's got someone watching her back.
Yeah.
And I know this isn't in the cards, but I like to imagine she finds this weird little treasure of this crystalline hourglass with these small crystalline pebbles inside. And I don't know what it does, but I think she brings it back to everyone. And like with all the time magic going on here, I think it feels relevant. I don't know if this is causing it. I don't know if this is like an anchor for time anomalies, but I think this crashed ship and this little artifact are proof that like someone has been fucking with time magic in this area. And I think after that, Cal starts going out to that airship every day to try and like make repairs. I think this is her like thing she holds on to. Reliably every day she's going out there to try and fix that airship to like give us all hope of getting out of here. And I think with the three of you, Cal says something along the lines of like, you know, you're good people. You don't deserve to die for Kurthus's imaginary enemy. So.
Neither do you.
I don't know what I deserve, but maybe if I do something good, it'll outweigh the rest of it.
I've only ever seen you do good while you're here.
Maybe that's just because I've been really sneaky about the rest of it.
Listen, Cal, it's hard down here. It gets real hard down here. And there's times where we've come out here and came back with less people than we came out here with. There's things you have to do out here sometimes. Surviving doesn't make you a bad person.
You've managed to stay so good, even without worshipping gods. I feel jealous of that. I feel like I've always needed something to tell me to be good my whole life, and I always thought worshipping the god of chaos was freeing, and I've never felt more trapped in my life. So, thank you. I thank you. I think you taught me something I never could have learned on Kurthus. So.
The wild has a way of teaching us all something that we didn't think we'd ever know before.
True.
So, I'm going to fix this ship. I'm going to fix these crowns on your heads. We're going to find Jasper, and then I will take you back to Terrapine or wherever you want to go. Mirage City, anywhere. But we will not stay here in this hollow tree if we don't want to.
Yeah, I'd like to not spend the rest of my days in a tree.
Yeah. I'd like to go on some bigger and better adventures.
Me too. I just have to make sure Jasper's okay before I go anywhere else. I think that's where I'll leave Cal for now. Just repairing the ship.
Then we reach our final turn. Benito, my friend, what will you do if someone comes to find you? Who are they, and why are they searching? I'll give you a few homes to choose from. And you can interpret them as you wish. If you'd want, you can translate this to the ship that Cal is working to repair. Right? Don't restrict yourself. You add another structure to the property, not necessarily a building. What is it? Why are you building it? How large is your home? What rooms do you have in it? Describe an area in your home used for recreation. What do you do there? So
I'll let you choose between those three. And then there is a place near your home that fills you with sorrow. Why? You get caught out in a storm. You got caught in a storm while out exploring. Where do you manage to take shelter until it passes? What do you find there? This one. Let's do, Oh, and then I'll give you the opposite. Joy. There's a place near your home that fills you with joy. Why? And then you discover part of an ancient burial ground. Describe the location of the things you learn there. You find a circle of stones in a sunlit place. You find a site that seems to appear to have ritual significance. Describe what you find and say if it has connections to other discoveries you've made so far. Take it away, and then we'll meet our epilogue.
Okay, so I'll do the structure. Place that fills me with joy and ritual significance.
You muted, Katie May.
Sorry, I was deeply apologizing to chat who just watched me accidentally enlarge my window, and the panic of that made me forget. And are you picking sorrow or joy?
Joy.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank God. Thank you for aiming for a happy ending. Very powerful of you. And then what was the last one?
I think ritual significance. We'll try that one.
That's what I would have picked. Hell yeah. All right, Take it away.
So I think, so Benito's kind of made his decision that, he does not want to go back to Terrapine after all of this. He wants to continue adventuring. And so I think that if someone were gonna come and find me, it would be Guildmaster Meritos.
Yes,
Meritos.
y'all Dex.
Y'all Dex Daddy. So yeah, I think it would be Guildmaster Meritos because as one of the like higher ranking members of Hogmaw Grass, Guildmaster Meritos would kind of try to encourage Benito to come back and to kind of continue to give back to the guild by teaching and training and things like that. And he is a bit reluctant. He's like, well, I'm not sure if I really would like to do that. I'd really like to kind of continue on my adventures. So he leaves Meritos with kind of a lukewarm maybe, to kind of leave the door open for now. Onto the airship that Cal is building. I think Benito would want to put a structure, like a room somewhere right in the middle that is going to be the kind of the airship equivalent to like a black box, but if you could turn the black box into a whole room. And so that way any any conversation, any like information that was shared within the confines of the airship would be able to be stored in that black box. And so if the ship were to go down, they would be able to, somebody anyway, would be able to retrieve that information. The place near home that fills me with the most joy is it's probably a clearing that's like, I don't know, a good 5-10 miles away. And the thing that Benita loves about it the most, number one, is the walk there. Because along the way, you just see some of the most beautiful trees and like flowers and things. Lots of different colors, like bright pinks and blues and purples. And so he just really enjoys the walk to get to this actual clearing. And then once you're there, it's just a very serene place to be. During the daytime, you can kind of see some of the smaller like creatures and things frolicking in the grass and playing, and at night it just becomes a really great place to look at the stars. And I think there's one day that Benito had gone out. He kind of decided to choose a different path to explore some more of the land, and he comes across it's not quite a temple, but it definitely looks like it's served some sort of purpose for worship. And within this worship space, he finds little carvings of circles, and he makes that connection between the circles and Cal, and goes back and asks Cal if they would come to check this place out and see if they can kind of make heads or tails of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cal goes with you.
So they head out to this area, and it's kind of like it's like a very makeshift little thing. Like there's been a space that's cleared out on the ground, and it's just like a dirt ground, and then there are some like spaces that look like they've been made for like an offering, almost like an altar. And yeah, Benita's like, I saw these circles out here, and this looks like it's set up to be some sort of offering. Like, what do y'all use these for?
This would be an altar to Discord, I imagine. The circle, the wheel.
And that's the god of chaos, though, right?
Yes.
And so I think I think in my brain, chaos is generally disorder and often not in a good way, but in what ways can chaos be used for good?
Some structures aren't good. I think breaking away from them, I always thought, would be liberating. The idea of anything being possible that comes in equal good and bad measure, I suppose.
And is there anything that... what do you even offer to a god?
Whatever she'll take from you. This one, at least. Have you ever met a god, Benito?
No, I can't say that I have. they exist.
There's one on Kurthus.
There's a god on Kurthus. Guess I didn't think that gods would live among the people.
Who else would they have to manipulate then? I don't know. It's harder to describe having your faith shaken to someone who maybe hasn't been the most religious in the past, but I'm sorry. I'm getting a little carried away.
Well, is there anything that you can think of that we should look for while we're here? Anything that we could maybe figure out who was here, who made this ritual area, or why?
And you said this is like out in a clearing? This isn't like the same clearing that I went to earlier, was it? Because then I would think Cal's the one who made it. Okay, then yeah. I don't know. I think Cal admits, this looks like something I would have made maybe a few weeks ago even. Something to her, but Jasper said, what God would ask such a big price, and I thought, not a good one. Is there any god you're partial to, Benito?
Can't say I know enough about them. Oh, what price?
You and Jasper were close.
Yeah.
Did they talk to you about anything that happened to them on Kurthus? Any work that we did?
Nothing too specific, but they mentioned something about experiments? And I think they said they were being experimented on, and I tried to get more information, but it seemed like they didn't really know, or couldn't, or maybe wouldn't provide it.
No, they couldn't know. And even when I tried to tell them, they were so dedicated to the scientific process, they wouldn't even let me tell them. I didn't really know too many details. I still don't know exact details, but Jasper is more than just Jasper. Jasper's become sort of I hate myself for using this language, but a cog in a wheel of a bigger plan that they don't really know about. And to what I was always told, to free Kurthus. It was for the betterment of Kurthus, and that whatever bad happened to Jasper because of whatever technology was fused with them was for the good of Kurthus. And so, just before we came down here, Yvonne told me to keep them safe. And I tried opening it up to Pyrrha about it, and it just made Jasper paranoid and jealous, but I don't know what they're planning on using Jasper for, but I don't know if it's good, and I don't think Jasper would survive it.
Is that rune stuff he's doing?
Yeah. I mean, you've seen how strong they've gotten so quickly. I mean, the things they can do.
Yeah.
And they try to hide it, but I don't know. So finding this here, I don't know. I feel like she's everywhere. I don't know how close of an eye she's kept on everything. Just, I'm tired of lying about it, because I thought I was lying for a good reason and for a god, and one that I believed in to save my city, and now there's only one person on that city I even care about. I don't even know if what she told me was true, but
And all this for a god.
it's very charismatic. Beautiful. Makes you feel like you're the most important person in the world, the smartest, the one she can trust. It's intoxicating.
It certainly sounds powerful. Now, does Rue know?
No. But at this point, I haven't heard from Jasper, and I don't think I ever want them to go back to that city in case something happens to them, so I tried telling them, but they wouldn't listen, so I'll just tell everyone else, and then maybe we can all just keep them safe.
Yeah. Let's head back, and we can tell Rue, and maybe we can see if we can find Jasper.
Thank you for, rubbing off on me a bit, Benito.
Yeah, usually people don't say that about me, but sure, you're welcome.
Yeah, I think we walk back together.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, are we moving on to an epilogue? Is that what I hear calling our name? All right, then we must now gather here and find our end. So, when all cards have been drawn, compose your epilogue, discuss your findings, weave the tale of the past, and describe the end of your character's tale. Together, answer the following questions. Do you live out your lives here, or eventually leave?
I think we live out what's left of them.
Do you?
Well,
I
in
want to
the
leave.
wilds.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in this bunker, but in the wild, certainly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So we stay in the wilds, but we leave this location?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think, I think Cal, does not stop until she repairs that ship.
Yeah.
And I think where we go from that is up to us, but I think we at least get a way out of where we currently are. It's like fucking pirate hours, baby. I think, at least for Cal. It's like, I think I would like to see what happens to Jasper before I fuck off, though, obviously. I think I wouldn't leave the area until...
Yeah, which is why I think that, Which is why I think that Pyrrha gets stabbed when you go to find them.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think that is what happens.
Yeah.
Because Muknavat, the Stargaze Grimoire who possessed that blade, has one true foe. The Smith. The Forge. That who pours the crown which lies on the head, that which forges the blade. And sorry, no, it's not Muknavat. It's, so, oh, whoops. So, there was once a monster.
here, living here. Oh gosh. Sorry, I'm pulling up my things. So Vordrad Muknavat, two important names we've got. Muknavat is the 8th monster in the Stargaze Grimoire, who was killed by the Vordrad, who is the Bloodsmith, who came and killed Muknavat to take over this domain. Basically came here, crossed over from the Feywild into Akraman because they possessed a vengeance against the Smith, right? Those who would create the weapons of death, create the weapons of destruction, create the weapons of the destruction of nature, right? There is and the cruelty of using iron to do it, right? And so when Vordrad came from the Feywild, what they did was collect blood and use that to make blades to then kill people, because that's fair. That's exactly what you were doing. So why doesn't someone do it to you, right? And there's only one smith in your party. And so, but I want to know, do you think you live? I know I stab you. I just don't know if you live.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh yeah.
I think that's how Pyrrha dies.
Fuck yeah. Okay. And then... Oh yeah, then I still have to ask my questions here. Then I have a question. Either of our Hawkmongresses, do you ever go back to Terrapine?
I do not. In fact, I think that when Cal and Benito come back to tell me of what's going on with Jasper, I'm not there. I'm gone. But what is there are schematics to help get the ship that Cal has been working on back in the sky. And there's a couple of sheets laid out just explaining that while I was tending to the produce. I also figured out that the Rainbow Fairy cow manure has fuel as an offset. So I've been collecting that, and you have a supply of fuel as well as schematics to get the ship in the sky. And I just left a note saying thank you and saying that I've gone back to the ruins.
Ooh.
Is some fucking metal?
So, Benito, I want to know. You're an S tier guild member. You have a life waiting for you. I assume you go, right, to the ruins with Cal and Pyrrha to try and get Jasper back. You watch Pyrrha die. You can't get Jasper. Cal and Benito are truly left to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, where do the two of you go?
I mean, how does this altercation with Jasper, go down? Is it they are truly lost? Because I think Cal would try until they knew that, Jasper's just gone.
I think you would come to realize that you were not strong enough to enter that arena.
Yeah. Does Jasper attack any of us, or is it just Pyrrha?
You tell me.
I think
Uno
Cal would
reverse.
I think Cal loses like a fucking eye. I think Cal literally has to.
Oh,
Yeah.
sick.
I think I
Brine.
get stabbed in the
The
eye.
brine of it all. I love that.
Yeah. I think once again Benito saves Cal's life. Probably. I assume by being like,
Are
holy
you
shit,
falling in love or what?
I think we might be. Actually, do we live in like a hut somewhere and we're married now, like in a bog somewhere? I think like literally Cal was not going to stop. Like they would have just died trying to save Jasper unless Benito steps in.
Yeah, I think Benito would absolutely make sure that Cal stayed safe and did not die trying to save Jasper. And I think that they would kind of explain their next plan to Cal, and which should kind of be like, you know, I think I'm gonna spend probably the next 5 years or so traveling around the wilds and seeing what's out there, and you know, after that, I think I plan to go back to Terrapine and take up a position for.
Oh my god! Was Gideon on in Terrapine at the same time she was? I'm gonna fucking die!
I'll be going back to Terrapine, you know, and taking up a position there, hopefully passing on skills and trades to the up-and-coming Hawkmongress members, and if you'd like to join me, that's what I'll be doing.
I think Cal has nothing left. She has no devotion. I think she feels she cannot go back to Kurthis lest her god kill her. I think her love is lost and tried to kill her. As far as she knows, everyone else is dead. I think Benito it's like, yeah, I'll follow you anywhere. I think Cal is like very devoted to you. I think after like trauma bonding from almost dying 16 times around each other. I absolutely go back to Terrapine with you. I think Cal joins Isis Fidelity. And you know what? Fuck it. Cal joins the Assassin track. I was gonna say Captain, because that was her whole life. I think Cal joins the Assassin track. I think Cal is a bit Joker-fied now.
Which is why it was Cal who was able to discover that that Clove had started working for Discord, and you were the one who told Simpira, and that was why Simpira told Ystera to pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot
Fuck
of sense.
that bitch. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll put her in the ground myself. Yeah, I think to this day, if Benito is still alive, Cal and Benito are fierce friends, but she is like, I don't know if anyone here plays Metal Gear Solid, but she's been like big bossified. She's very gritty. Yeah, I think she has become a fierce killer in this time.
So, then I have a question. How does the truth about Jasper get out? Who fucks up?
Just the two of us left to fuck up, I guess.
Rock, paper, scissors?
I'll roll a d20.
Let's compete.
Okay.
First one.
All right. Okay, I got a 17.
Oh god, the pressure is on. Hold on, I can't. No.
I'm gonna add a +2 for being in love with Jasper. Oh, not really. It's called a 17.
A 17 and a, what was the other one?
I don't have one yet.
Okay, I was like, oh, I missed the other one. Oh no.
Totally not. I'm relaunching in another window because I've lost myself here.
No, not your. Oh god.
Do you
I
want
hope
me
you
to
can
roll
find
for you?
yourself once more.
I got it. Oh, a 13.
Well, here's the thing, Cal. That makes sense, because it just takes, like, Hawk House is travelers, right? It just takes one mention and one whisper, and it gets picked up the wrong way, and it traverses. I don't think it was an intentional on your part, unless you'd like to correct me. I think it was just time. Things that are lost will be found. So then, Cal, what did you do when you found out Valeria was alive?
I tried to kill her. I think, absolutely. Yeah.
You've already tried.
I think I tried to do a general sus check and see what she was up to. And like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Then from that point forward, we'll officially resolve that between some nice detailed discussion outside of stream.
Yeah. If I find it to be cringe, I will kill her. But
my
if it's
God.
cool, I'll just hate her from afar, maybe.
Ooh.
That's my ruling.
And then, are you leaving me a little mystery with Rue? Is that what you're giving me?
Oh, yes. So Rue went back out to the runes. And every time they go out there, the same thing. The bell is piercingly loud. So they decide to take off the bell. It's the only time they've ever done this since they've put it on. And set it down. And when they do that, they start hearing some whispers. And the whispers are just saying things like, "Mother will see you now. Mother will see you now. Mother will see you now." And there is this, what looks kind of like a misty portal that opens up. And Rue walks through, and what's left there is Rue's bell.
Wow. Well, then I'd like us to humbly decide what happens to our home over the next 15 years. What do we think?
I think it gets flooded.
Okay. And all of it is lost?
Yeah, like we were able to fortify it, but the storms just kept coming.
Yeah. And do we think the crown forest grows or shrinks?
I think it would grow. In my opinion, yeah.
Listen, I don't want to assume. Okay. And so that would be the changes that occur in the land over the next several generations. Any other big changes?
I just wonder if the tunnel to that magistrate door is still there. I wonder if that's still accessible.
Or is it further underwater?
Yeah, I don't know.
Does this forest just rearrange itself all the time? Terrifying.
Yeah. Oh my god, terrifying forest we made today. And then what things of ours are left behind long after after our home is a thing of the past? Like what artifacts do we think are strewn about that recall our lives lived there for that short amount of time?
I think Pyrrha's shield.
Oh, beautiful.
I think there's like bits and scraps left over from inventions that Rue had put together there.
Makes sense. I love some invention scraps. What else?
No, Lyrica froze.
I know, which is why I was going to let everyone else give some things. I was going to give some nice time for Lyrica's species to recover.
Oh, they're back.
Well, hello.
Oh, wow, you're back. That was so quick.
I think there's like just kind of like when they first got there and they found bits and pieces of leftover items. It's kind of like that. There's bits and pieces of leftover little things that they were experimenting on to help everybody in the tree, and empty potion bottles and just rogue papers here and there of things they were jotting down.
Yeah. What of Cal?
I think on that little wooden throne that Cal would go to sit and think, which may still be there, it may just be part of the Crown Force now. They leave their Osmond family crest little bomber jacket, their little leather pilot jacket. And where they had drawn the wheel over the eclipse moon, they have filled it in. So now it looks like a crudely drawn marker moon eclipsing a sun.
Ooh.
Left there. And I think the last thing she carves into that chair is in memory of Morgaine Osmond.
Oh no. Okay.
I think it is like her saying goodbye to like her family name. And her like honoring them. Because I think from now on she like just goes by Cal. It's like Cher. Just Cal. No last name.
Cher! Oh my god.
But yeah, I think she leaves that as like a tribute.
I love that. And what do we find of Benito scattered amongst the remains of the wilds?
You would find his practice area, so you might find like a couple arrows and a target on a tree, and his makeshift carved little like practice dummies.
That's beautiful. I think we know what remains of Jasper. Did we figure out? Yeah, we got everyone.
We haven't gotten there yet, but we kinda.
Yeah, we'll get there.
No.
Did I get
Yeah.
everyone else? Okay. Well, and with that, you've reached the end of your tale. If you choose to sketch the maps or drawings of your findings or make notes, collect them and share them as a memento of your characters and the tales you wove. So before we go, I don't know, I know that y'all have been taking notes, you don't have to share yours, but I will go ahead and share mine. But before, while I pull that up and I get ready to share them, because I did some little drawings while we were here. What do you guys think of this? Especially those of you who haven't played diceless games. Tell me your thoughts.
I had so much fun.
I loved this.
I'm so glad. Okay.
It was interesting too. Like there's parts where I normally would be like, "Can I insight check?" and like having to find a way around that because there was
right. Yeah, it's not easy.
It's very cool.
Okay, let me. I'm almost there. Besides that, we don't have any announcements, right? I'm not forgetting anything before we run away forever.
We can do our giveaway winner. Let's go ahead and do that.
Oh,
Any
sure.
last minute entries, go ahead and type !sauce in the chat. And then I will let our wonderful mods pull that winner. Just as a reminder, if you are purchasing dice from Die Hard Dice with your $20 gift code, if you win the giveaway, or if you just purchase dice from them because they're awesome, make sure that you use our code Death2Divinity for 10% off, and that stacks on top of that 30% winter sale discount that's happening right now until January 3rd. I also want to advise everyone to please purchase a dice tray. This will protect your dice. It will protect the surface you are rolling on. It will also protect you. One time, Katie May dropped a metal D4 on their toe and it bled.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to a Grey Dawn for winning that giveaway.
Yes. Yes, and
tonight for this very special one shot, and congrats on your dice.
Yes, absolutely. And everyone, please enjoy my little notes. There you go. I drew the little door and the technomancy, and just a little sword, a little blood sword, just a small one though. And then I had to erase the note that said, nothing anyways. But so then once I erased that part, I could kind of put that here. So yeah, so it was fun. I highly encourage taking notes like this when you do games like this. It's such a good way to remember such an ephemeral thing. But yeah, so thank you so much, sweet gamers, for joining us for tonight's episode, for joining us for our first ever indie night. They will jump scare you again, so please stay ready. But now you know some very important plot sauce that'll be waiting for you on the other side of the rainbow. By that I mean the plot rainbow. Some of these things may be coming at our players real fast. I didn't know Gideon had a living family. Well, a living family that's not evil, I guess, specifically to clarify. So yeah, so thank you players so much for taking a leap with me. I know I was like, game? So thank you so much for taking that jump. I know it's not easy to play games like this. They're hard and fun. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for hanging out, Godslayers, and taking a chance on this game with us. I hope you liked it. Again, this is such a beautiful game. I highly suggest checking it out. This is called The Land Whispers by Jessica Osborne. I highly suggest doing something like this before you start a campaign, so you can get a feeling for the world collaboratively. This is a great game for something like that. It's also a great game to play like this with one of your players are out and you want to still tell some stories. We will be back next week for Sauce. I hope that you're ready for it. And you can see me this upcoming Wednesday for Gaggle of Gamers as well. I will be there with any
Game time, not Gaggle of Gamers. Gaggle of
Wow.
Gamers will be happening next month.
Yes, next month. Sorry, Scheme Time. I don't know why I said the wrong thing. We have session prepping to do. Lots. The party is here, and we must prepare. So I hope that you'll get ready for that and get ready with me on Wednesday. If not, we'll see you Saturday, Godslayers. Until then, stay Godslaying. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, and we will see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.